For us, I think the Philippine experience, we can identify three things. The paradoxes are independence and interdependence. It's also about cooperation versus competition. It's also about clarity and confusion when it comes to the data and information that's present out there. These three are important to understand because these are realities that we have to face. For example, the Philippines is a developing country wishing to become a upper middle income economy. Of course, we're very fiercely independent, and we know that sovereignty is an important governance principle and something that we should protect. At the same time, we do have to be interdependent and work with a lot of stakeholders to advance shared goals and aspirations. It's also important for us to learn that there's a lot of confusion or clarity depending on the data governance framework that's there, not just in the Philippine setting, but also for the regional setting. So if we want to move towards upper middle income economy, we need open data governance so that there's more clarity in the way we do things. At the same time, I would say that these create tensions in governance, but it's totally understandable. As a democracy, this is part of the work that we should do. We should engage all of the stakeholders. And I would like to put up an example of what we do. For example, we have the National Adaptation Plan and the National Determined Contribution Implementation Plan. For the longest time, these two were frameworks that were simply ideas. But under President Marcos, climate change has become a priority. And it has always been an issue with the Philippines how to come up with policy frameworks. But for these particular policy frameworks, the National Adaptation Plan and the National Determined Contribution Implementation Plan, we did have a governance and engagement framework, including the participation not only of the academe, not only of the non-governmental organizations, not only of the government organizations, but including businesses and practitioners. And this helped formulate these two important policy tools. And we were able to do this for the NAP in under 10 months and for the NDCIP in 5 months. So what does this say? If the governance framework is there, and if the people who are supposed to be engaged are actively working, then we're able to move towards high quality discussion and an output and an outcome that we want. So there are a lot of challenges, a lot of tensions for any developing country, but there needs to be that framework and the people need to be involved. And I say this because climate change is an existential issue. Loss and damages for the Philippines, it's expected to be around 7.5% of our GDP in 2030 and probably around 12% in 2040. Now this is a lot to take on, but this is a tale that's not only specific to the Philippines. It's the same for ASEAN, where 4 out of 10 ASEAN countries have been identified as high risk. It's also the same story for Asia Pacific because we've been identified by WMO as most disaster-prone region. So an understanding not just of the governance framework, but also of the realities that we have to overcome is essential for us to be successful.
Thank you so much. It is important to hear about these issues here in Philippines, which is so vulnerable, and that adaptation will play such an important role and hopefully can help with development. And it's important to hear a collaborative approach to that. So thank you. We're going to turn next to Dr. Collette. What perspectives does Australia bring to this? How are you thinking about good governance, the new economy in the region and at home?
Thank you. When I was thinking about this panel and about this Open Government Partnership Forum, I was reflecting on my almost 20 years in the Australian Public Service. And for all of that time, it's been really clear as an Australian public servant that what we are doing has to be transparent and accountable, and that citizens have to be empowered to participate in government processes. They're really core values of Australian government that have existed for a very long time. We've been members of this Open Government Partnership since 2013, so 12 years now. And those principles haven't changed. But what has changed, of course, is the challenges that we're all facing, like climate change, for example. So we now have a forum in Australia which has both government and civil society members who work on how to address the new challenges that we're confronting as part of this partnership. And they've come up with our third action plan, and there's two particular parts of the action plan that I would like to talk about today, as they are really critical in the world that we now face, and we're grappling with how to deal with these challenges. We certainly don't have all the answers. The first one is automated decision-making and artificial intelligence within government. Because some of you may know, in Australia, a few years ago, we had a really challenging situation where the government tried to introduce a kind of artificial intelligence, kind of automated decision-making in our social security sector. We tried to introduce an automated debt repayment system. It went very badly wrong. There was lots of very negative publicity about this. And so in response to that, the government is trying to establish a much clearer framework for the use of automated decision-making and artificial intelligence in government. Because the key thing is there has to be human oversight, because robots don't tend to have much in the way of ethics, as far as I'm aware. And so you need to have really clear legal frameworks, and you need to have human oversight. So you can use those tools, that they can be effective, they can be innovative, they can be very efficient, they can be very helpful to government, but never to take the human element out of it entirely. And so we've established an AI advisory body, which has proposed mandatory guardrails for how we deal with AI, and we've committed $40 million to try to establish how we can support safe and responsible AI and coordinate this across government. So that's one key thing that we're doing. Another commitment I think is really interesting as well in 2025, and that's around misinformation and disinformation. And it's specifically about culturally and linguistically diverse communities. That's a term in Australia we use for essentially ethnic communities. Communities that don't necessarily use English as their first language, who are not necessarily comfortable in English. We all know what the challenges are with the digital world. It's great that we have access to so much information at our fingertips. But we all know that it's also risky, because a lot of the information you see is not necessarily reliable. These new forms of media don't have the same kinds of structures around them that old forms of media had. But what we found in Australia is this is particularly risky in communities that don't speak English as their first language, because they are relying predominantly on those kinds of digital medias. They're not necessarily using the old school kind of media that other communities are using. And so now we're working very closely with ethnic communities and representatives of those communities to work out how we can educate populations to be more savvy and more critical as they approach this kind of media. As I said at the start, we don't have all the answers yet, but I think it's a really important area to explore, so that people, when they're consuming information, know how to critically analyze it and question it and look for other sources instead of just believing what it is they're reading on the internet. So those are just two. I think we've made 8 commitments in our third National Action Plan, and those are just 2 of them. But they're 2, I think, that speak to this idea of the new economy and how we're grappling with these challenges today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that just is getting us warmed up. We've talked about climate change adaptation, artificial intelligence, and disinformation and misinformation. So if you haven't picked up the pattern, these are some of the areas that are absolutely critical today. And they are common to many of the countries that we work in, and they are only starting to show up in action plans. So that's why we have great panelists today with some of these cutting-edge commitments in their action plans. But we're going to pivot to some of the other issues affecting the country today, each in their unique way. Before we do that, I have one more question for Secretary Borja, or not before we do that. As we dive deeper into climate change in particular here, you're going to see a theme that energy comes up a lot. Climate change demands urgent action, particularly in the energy sector. How is Philippine government balancing this urgency with the need for thorough deliberation and high-quality investment? Right? We don't want to do things so fast that they're not done well, or we spend too much and they don't deliver. Can you share with us one of the examples of how you're working on this issue here in the Philippines?
Thank you. I think what's important to note that under this administration of President Marcos, there's a clear emphasis on transformative climate action. For the Philippines, there are two approaches, of course. Adaptation is important for us because we're a high-risk country when it comes to climate change. But mitigation is also seen as an important step because we are, of course, addressing the root causes of climate change. But for us, mitigation is not only a responsibility under the UNFCCC, the government also recognizes that it is an opportunity, and it, therefore, because it's an opportunity for investment and growth, there's an opportunity to engage other stakeholders to drive the growth that the Philippines wants and needs. So what we have, we do have the Philippine Energy Plan already, and any plan of the government, since it's enshrined in our Constitution. Participatory governance is required. It's a product of consultation. Now, we understand, again, the tension that arises because of this, because it's a question of how long can these consultations take place and when do we get to implement them. It's the same thing for the National Adaptation Plan. It's the same thing for the Nationally Determined Contribution Implementation Plan. But what's important is, again, the approach under the Marcos administration to be inclusive in the discussions. And this includes not just stakeholders of vulnerable sectors, the academe, but also includes businesses. And equally important, the involvement of our external partners. And in this, they have been working very closely with us on a needs-based approach to determine the pathways for mitigation, to determine the best areas for investment, and with multilateral finance institutions and development partners such as Australia, we're headed towards that. And again, this is key. Participatory governance is not just about working with internal partners. It's also important to work with external partners that will help us reach the objectives that we have.
Thank you so much. Now let's pivot to Indonesia. We're going to stay on the theme of energy. Pak Eri, can you tell us about Max Power in Indonesia? Can you tell us about Max Power?
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, we had a good experience in Indonesia where a company, namely Max Power, is a rental genset company. And investment comes from Standard Chartered, while Standard Chartered was scrutinized because of the sanctions of their transaction with Iran. And then Max Power, alleged based on the whistleblower, there is an allegation that Max Power has a corruption case. They bribe PLN. PLN is the state electricity company to get a contract. So DOJ and FBI came to Jakarta and make some investigation. But in fact, there is no strong case of corruption. It's just facilitation payment, petty corruption, just to port officials, police officers, just like that. And then we clear that, and DOJ make a clearance that there is no corruption case. And then what Max Power did is they are applying systems, governance, good corporate governance system in such a way that get an accreditation from ISO 37001, which is ABMS, Anti-Bribery Management System, and then join our coalition Action Against Corruption, or KAKI, in Indonesia. So by having that, then Max Power can grow, having more contract from the state electricity company.
Great. So it's a really interesting case with Max Power because they were a big power generator. They got caught up in this case. They ended up turning a lemon, as we say, into lemonade in terms of getting anti-corruption certification. And that's an interesting case with the private company, but what does this have to do with Indonesia's national, the PLN, the government-owned utility, and what should they be doing about this, since this is the open government partnership?
What energy transition, you mean?
What does this have to do with the PLN and as the energy utility? What role should they be taking in terms of encouraging good governance by companies and making sure that there's not corruption in the energy sector as we do the transformation?
Okay. What PLN as a state-owned energy utility company has to do is that they have to have a clear plan when they cease the coal-fired power plant. But the problem is that the power purchase agreement between PLN as a state electricity company with private companies said the time frame is about 30 or 40 years. So because it linked to the coal reserves that supplied to the coal-fired power plant. So if the PLN stop the power plant now, then the private company will sue PLN. Or if PLN say 30 years from now, this coal-fired power plant should be ceased, then the private company will sue PLN. So this is a civil case that PLN has to be considered seriously.
So that's really interesting what you're saying, because I think we've heard a lot about open contracting here in Philippines. That's one of the big flagship commitments and one of the large achievements. And thinking about, with coal-fired power plant, how do you structure a contract in an open contracting way that incentivizes, doesn't lock you into dirty power, doesn't lock you into poor governance standards. And so perhaps we'll come back and dive a bit deeper into what better contracting and better standards would look like in this sector. So we're going to now pivot to Mongolia, to Duya. And we're going to talk about the issue of information integrity, or disinformation, misinformation. Interestingly, I think we might start with another story about energy, but this time talking about mining and uranium. So how do we take it away? What story do you want to tell us?
Okay, so you specifically asked that I share a specific example. So I wanted it to be current. So basically what we do in Mongolia, Nest Center does, is we try to help media organizations establish sustainable business models so that they can keep on creating the stories and news that people need, the audiences need. And secondly, we do debunking, fact-checking on social media so that people will be exposed to less falsehoods on social media, and basically to build their media and information literacy. So basically, during COVID, if people were masked, although there were harmful germs out there or COVID out there, people were protected, right? So basically that's our approach. So based on our experience, starting from end of 2024, we started seeing a lot of information or disinformation about uranium mining and how it causes birth defects in humans and animals. So starting from November 2024, in the months leading up to Mongolian government's negotiation and expected agreement with France for a third neighbor investment into uranium mining in Mongolia, we started seeing that kind of information, and that's what we have been working on. And until today, which is over a month period, we've debunked 8 types of disinformation connected to uranium mining, and we are still working on 5 more to be published in the next few days. So for instance, there was a photo or a series of photos of children with birth defects claiming that it's from Mongolia and claiming that it's from previous experiences or experiments of mining uranium in Mongolia. And after checking the photos, it was actually from 2017 from Iraq. There's another series of photos showing a baby sheep which has two giant eyes but looks kind of more like a baby goat. Saying it's also from the livestock that were in the area where uranium was mined. But it was from 2013 from, I think, Jordan. And the causes of those defects are not directly related to uranium, but depleted uranium is kind of in the discussion and not really finalized. So we included that in the fact checks. The reason that I'm sharing this story is because we have seen two trends in those stories. Firstly, this is not the first time we're seeing that kind of stories in Mongolia. This has been recurring in Mongolian society and the information ecosystem since 2013, which is when I think Mongolian government established a company called Mongatom to explore possibilities of exploiting or mining uranium in Mongolia. And every time Mongolian government does any action to speed up this process, this kind of information comes out. Second most important thing is that the network, so we observed that this is the same network that's continuing to basically bring this kind of information up multiple times, and the network that disseminates this kind of information is, you probably guessed it, the same network that disseminated Sputnik-related information during COVID the most. So basically saying Pfizer causes birth defects and Sputnik doesn't, and no vaccination if not Sputnik kind of narrative. Yeah, so I think that would be one example how coordinated malign information operations could potentially threaten a country like Mongolia's attempt for economic independence. And just a little bit of a context in Mongolia. It's like if you look at the global democracy map, you would see that majority of it is already red or orange, not free or partially free. And in the huge space between Russia and China, you see a very small green dot, and that's us, and we intend to keep it that way.
Great. And in our last minute, as we touch on this, there's been a lot of changes in the digital space, which change how you're able to do your investigations. What's happening there?
You guys probably all heard that fact checkers are censors that Mark Zuckerberg kind of announced to the world at the beginning of this year. So I guess that's us. So basically, since 2 years ago, we have been observing Meta kind of shrink their news integrity policy, content moderation team when they basically fired a lot of people. And that trend continued with the change in administration as well. And very contrary to everything that Mark Zuckerberg himself has been saying in his previous statements in the Congress or other publications, he basically claimed that fact-checking was a form of censorship and limiting freedom of expression, and we do not agree to that. Basically what we do as an IFCN signatory and Meta's third-party fact-checking partner is we add context to the information that's already being disseminated. So what we do is we find all the facts that would prove the information either misleading, false, missing context, among others, and we connect that piece of information to the information, false information that's already being disseminated, so that the readers can see the fact check before they're exposed to the falsehood. So they have the choice to whether be exposed to the falsehood or believe the fact check and go on. So that's what we do. So in doing so, actually Meta's third-party fact-checking program is an immense help to us. Of course, there's funding attached to it, but more importantly, it gives us access to the platform itself and actually make that connection, do the labeling, and finding this information faster because of analyzing, because we're able to analyze how the information is being disseminated. So that's something that is very important to how we work. Last year in 2024, August, they also shut down CrowdTangle, which is a very powerful tool which helped us do the analysis, which I just shared in my previous response. So those things are changing. So obviously, tech platforms are closing off access to information, access to background information for academia and fact checkers to do analysis and research. So that's going to definitely be a challenge for us.
Thank you. Yes, we'll have to figure out a way forward now that the platforms seem to be disengaging from this type of work, or at least changing their tactics. We're going to pivot to Sri Lanka now. Sangeeta, tell us about the crisis that Sri Lanka found itself in a few years.
Yes. I think it's unfortunately something that hit the headlines the world over. Sri Lanka's economic crisis, the worst since its independence, that we hit in 2022. And what we had at this point of time was that Sri Lanka, for the first time, had to default on its sovereign debt. People were on the streets because the country couldn't afford to provide fuel to the people anymore. So people were queuing up in front of petrol stations trying to get fuel to get from point A to point B. Inflation rose to about 50% at one point in the country. Poverty increased, child malnutrition increased. And at the same time, what you found was that people started protesting. The people started protesting on the streets against corruption and bad governance. So for the first time in a long time, you could see that the people understood the link between the economic crisis and the fact that the country had been badly governed for a period of time, and that one caused the other. So that was the dire situation, within which we also had Sri Lanka having to go back to the IMF for the 17th time to restructure its debt and get assistance from the IMF.
And what linked corruption to this debt crisis? How are these two things related?
Yeah, so I will answer that in terms of two pieces of evidence, if you will, that connected those protests on the street where people were asking the president to go home, asking all 225 members of parliament to step down. That you can even sometimes write off as, you know, the people being emotional, the people just, you know, getting into a mob mentality and asking for change. But it was not that, and the best proof of that was that a group of civil society and academics went to the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka and asked that certain individuals, including the then sitting president, the prime minister who had just stepped down in response to the protest, two former central bank governors, certain members of the monetary board, etc., asking the Supreme Court to hold that those people, by mismanaging the economy, had violated the rights of the people. So now, if you will, a Supreme Court decision has to be reasoned, has to be based in fact, has to be grounded in reality, rather than just what could be dismissed as an emotional call. So this was one example that clearly, in a way, certified and acknowledged that this was a governance crisis. It was a man-made crisis rather than just an economic crisis that we couldn't help but fall into because of COVID or any external factors. The second thing is that when the IMF engaged in the country, it also acknowledged through a governance diagnostic assessment that it did for the country for the first time in Asia, that Sri Lanka's corruption problem was macrocritical. So it could have a massive economic impact in the country. So both these things show that, both these pieces of evidence, if you will, show that there was a huge connection between corruption and the debt crisis that Sri Lanka had got into.
So you've mentioned the IMF and civil society reviews, and there was a number of recommendations that came through there. In the interest of time, though, I want to ask about something that's really new, and that I think Sri Lanka might be the first country to do, is actually issuing what is called a governance-linked bond. In the short time we have, can you explain, as best you can, what this new financial instrument is and why it's interesting to these folks?
So as I mentioned before, Sri Lanka was in a debt crisis and had to restructure its debt in its negotiations with the private bondholders internationally. And what Verite Research, my current organization, did was invent a new debt instrument called a governance-linked bond. And what this does is if Sri Lanka performs well on its governance commitments, then Sri Lanka receives a rate cut on its interest that it owes to its bondholders. And this is we call this a win-win situation, because for the bondholders themselves, if governance improves in the country that they're investing in, what that means is that the bond itself would have a better secondary market value. So there is a long-term interest and link to money here in improving the governance in the country. So what this instrument does is it creates an incentive for the government to perform better on its governance indicators. And now that this has been accepted by bondholders in the bond market, this is an instrument that others in the region and in the world can actually use and contextualize to your governance needs, to each country's governance needs in its bond issuing processes.
Great. Thank you for explaining that. So basically, governments get cheaper money if they have less corruption.
Exactly.
Great. That's a really interesting thing that we hope to take deeper dives into in OGP over the coming time. Okay, so now we're going to go back to each panelist, and the question for each panelist, you all get the same question now, but of course, we've covered so many different topics. If you could snap your fingers and have one open government reform around transparency, participation, public accountability, what would it be? Especially, maybe there's things that are relevant across the region. And we'll think about things that might be outside of the box. About a minute each, so these lightning round. We'll just go starting from here to the end.
Well, I would say participation is key, and it's difficult to achieve. We can have forums like this, and we do in Australia, but actually getting people, ordinary citizens, to participate is really hard because, of course, they need motivation to participate, they need to believe that something is going to happen because of it, they need to trust government and think that it's worthwhile, and that's quite difficult to generate, I think. And it also requires governments to be quite vulnerable, because often governments want to defend the policies that they have. They want to tell everyone that they're doing a good job. It's difficult to open up and encourage a conversation with ordinary citizens. And so I would say that's a key thing that I would like to see happen much more of, both in Australia and across the region.
You're probably not going to like my answer. My initial answer was actually transparency. And then I was thinking about it, like, it was the same feeling I got when we were kind of advocating for gender equality. And then we wanted 50%, then we said 40, and then, okay, 30. So I just don't feel like it's a compromise. I mean, I'm not really willing to compromise on this. Like, this is an OGP event, and open governance, I think, encompasses all. And as a citizen of a democratic country, I think I just want an open government, including all, and because it's the bare minimum. Yeah.
Thank you. If I could snap my finger, I wish we had more lighting so I could see the audience. It's very difficult to be speaking on such a serious issue. No? But if I could do that, I think we'd focus on two things. We have the climate change expenditure tagging in the Philippines. And it's important because it's a digital platform where our external and internal stakeholders get to see where the public investment goes to in terms of climate adaptation and mitigation. And it goes into the heart of transparency, accountability, participation, and open governance. But if we had significant improvements on this, including a better understanding of the different elements of our government and development partners, we can push this agenda even further and make climate change, adaptation, and mitigation in the Philippines even more meaningful and transformative as it should be. Another thing I think which is important for ASEAN is the creation of a regional open framework for climate finance and carbon markets. I say this in the context of ASEAN because there is already cooperation, and there's it's an entity in itself. It's important when we want to transition and we want to support mitigation efforts globally. that there is trust and confidence in the system and the governance framework. To do that, it's very complicated, we know, but simple things such as a registry and making sure that the system is understandable to the different sovereign states and the different stakeholders, it would help for a meaningful participation, and it would help address lingering concerns on the transparency of existing mechanisms. I would have to refer to some serious concerns on transparency by third-party verifiers. And it's important that ASEAN can show the way, whereby transparency, accountability, participation, and open data on a platform that's available not just for ASEAN, but also for the entire Asia-Pacific region, so that there's learning and that we move forward on such an existential issue as climate change.
Okay. It's hard to choose, Joe. All are the same importance as the pillars of open government, but if I have to choose, then public participation is could represent accountability and transparency. So public participation is the most important among those three pillars. And on how changes that we have to make, maybe in this regional countries we can share experience, we can share lessons learned, but the most important thing is that how to incentivize the integrity. Okay. Government cannot be always suspicious to the private sectors. Private sectors are not all bandidos, yeah. Some of them are having a good willingness to be a good corporate governance company. Okay. So by having that, then the government should set up an incentive. I don't know, fiscal incentive or easier license permits, something like that. And the other one is, integrating database among countries in this region. So I think it started already with the tax, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? That could be expanded to other sectors. On the other one is, I think we have to encourage each other. I want to use the word provoke, but it's too hard. Provoke or remind each other about how important governance. Okay? Governance, transparency, accountability as a pillar of governance is not only definition or requirements, it's necessity. It's not just governance, it's also economic advantage for all countries. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Sangeeta?
Yeah, so if I had to pick one of the principles, I would pick transparency, because both public participation and accountability tend to hinge upon transparency, if you had to pick one. But I just want to focus on public participation for today, because in the midst of the economic crisis as well, it is really public participation in all forms, both in creating a parallel civil society diagnostic, in protesting on the streets, that people even managed to get regime change, managed to call for elections, managed to protest against certain laws that were considered to be draconian. So in particularly difficult contexts where, we were calling out the facets even of state capture, it is public participation that managed to the extent possible, and we are yet to see whether the change has been achieved, that we managed to achieve a level of reversal. And that took participation not just from the downtrodden, not just from the poor, not just from those lobby groups that generally work on these issues, but from the public at every stage. You know, academia going to court, doing little teach-out sessions alongside the protests, talking about urban planning, talking about politics, talking about campaign financing. You know, people from, you know, estate workers in Sri Lanka for years who had been talking for, or speaking up for fair wages, coming to the protests and talking about it. You know, lots of TV programs where protesters were given the space to talk about the issues that they were facing. And then, you know, the urban, relatively rich, middle-class crowds actually getting on the streets because they almost had the privilege to be able to protest while the country was on their knees. You know, it took participation from all levels, alongside the traditional protesters, if you will, the political parties, all of them, for change to come about, for government to be opened up in, you know, increasing degrees. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think this, if there's a cross-cutting theme, or a set of cross-cutting themes that are coming here, is maybe the way we've done open government could be expanded a bit. On the who's involved, we could bring in private sector, media folks a bit more, and on the topics, obviously, that we're working on, but also some of the tools that we're using. As Ari said, how are we incentivizing behavior? We talked about governance-linked bonds. We talked about third-party certification. We talked about other fiscal incentives that people might have to try to improve that. We are strangely a little bit ahead of time, so let's ruin that. And does anyone have anything that they'd like to add to other reforms that they want to highlight in these areas?
Yeah,
please.
I think what's important to understand, and given the lens of the Philippines and our own social democratic experience, no, Sri Lanka now is. We wish for Sri Lanka's success, but the Philippines has had its own issues as well in the not so recent past. But it's important that we have civil society involved in the work, and that I think is the strength of open government, and it's become enshrined principles at least in the Philippines, and people have a greater sense of accountability. But make no mistake, it's not easy. It's an iterative process whereby it's not only accountability on the public sector, but also the private sector that's needed. It's also a process whereby, you know, people have to devote time to make the change that they want. Sometimes it's incoherent, sometimes it's coherent, based on the experience of the Philippines, whereby CSOs have organized themselves. Insofar as climate change, they do have a very strong voice. It makes government stand on its toes, but not to consider them as antagonists, but partners in the process. And this, I think, is something that we should continue to advise and inform our stakeholders. There are a lot of risks involved. Of course, as part of government, we've also been on the receiving end of criticisms, but we look at it as part of the process, continuing, and then we're very clear on what we want to achieve. If you don't have that type of vision, then frustration sets in and you become distrustful of the democratic values and the institutions that you're supposed to be anchoring your work on. So it should be a self-reinforcing system, and that, I guess, is the function of a democracy, and that's also a function of cooperative work within the region, so that values are appreciated, values become embedded in processes, values become the bedrock of institutions that are supposed to deliver the change that governments and nations need.
Just to add, I think I completely agree with you, Secretary. They're really interesting points to make. And I would say from where I'm sitting, it looks very much as though the lines between government, private sector, and civil society are increasingly blurred. So, I mean, in a democracy, the citizens have always been part of government or have always been able to make demands on government. But I think increasingly the lines between those different actors are very much blurred. So particularly in an area like climate change, governments can regulate, governments can create incentives, but they can't make the change themselves. It's mostly going to be the private sector that will need to make the transition. And certainly from an Australian government perspective, we are working and intend to work very closely with the private sector on that in particular. And civil society organisations are a really important part of the picture. They're the ones, ordinary citizens are the ones that have to seek the change, they have to want the change, otherwise it certainly won't happen. So it's absolutely a team effort, I would say.
If I can just add, no, in the Philippine experience, at least in the Climate Change Commission and the issue, we've had a very forthcoming and a very open engagement with the CSOs, civil society, and private sector. And because of institutionalization of our engagement framework with development partners, CSOs, the academe, the local government units, the private sector, you know, we're working on a greater appreciation of the work that we do. There have been some criticisms, but you know, a third party, it's the Climate Change Performance Index. It shows that the policies of government have improved. In fact, the Philippines is ranked 7th in the world and the first in Asia Pacific to do this. And this is, I think, a product of consistent, conscientious process of engaging in a transparent and accountable manner all of the stakeholders. Certainly, the state is supposed to push this object and instrument of policy. But again, it's a virtuous cycle that must be protected. And if we see these types of fruits, it encourages, again, trust and confidence in the work that we do, in the hard decisions that government has to make, in which the public have to understand and also fully support in the long term.
Thank you so much. Do others have anything to add or new topic?
I was just thinking about the accountability issue because we already talked about public sector and private sector, and I wanted to touch a little bit on the CSO and the media side of that. I mean, there are good examples internationally where media and civil society organizations basically announce how they are transparent and accountable. One of the tools is the Journalism Trust Initiative developed by the Reporters Without Borders. It's an ISO standard that is recognized by EU law for media organizations to announce basically how they are creating the information. Are they taking into account what the journalists think, or is it just the owner's opinion and things like that? So this is a very living mechanism where media organizations can basically assess themselves and announce transparently announce what kind of operations they have. I think it would be very beneficial for CSOs to have a similar system. I don't know if it already exists, I'm sorry, but so that means like while the CSO's role is to recognize and understand, see problems before the government has the time to, or government has the chance to act to, and basically make it aware for the government so that they can work together to solve that problem, right, basically. So in doing so, it's important that the civil society organizations announce how they make that decision, how they identify problems. Are there conflicts of interest, right? So being transparent in that way would really help both parties or all parties trust each other and work together without no strings attached. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of add that context.
That's helpful. And when we think about platforms, I think to bring an experience from outside of the region, I think Europe is, in their Digital Services Act, is bringing in this trusted flaggers system where they have people outside of the European Union civil service who can flag where issues are arising around information quality, artificial intelligence, and these types of issues. So formalizing it a bit more as well is an interesting element there. Do you have any additions from anyone else over here?
Sure. I must say we're struggling to hear the other panelists, but just in terms of adding from our experience, because it's been such an exceptional case in Sri Lanka that could be instructive to others. having been in the anti-corruption space for a little while, I can't highlight enough or emphasize enough the strength it brought to the movement to push for open government when civil society organizations and other sectors joined the fight against corruption and joined from their own perspectives this push for open government. So it was when the economists started talking about corruption in the midst of an economic crisis that people started taking it seriously, rather than seeing as civil society just being the usual alarmist, extremist group that calls always for, remarkable change that can never be achieved in this lifetime, right? So it made a huge difference. It actually added credibility to both sides when people joined hands in the demand for change. I'll just stop there.
Thank you, thank you. Any other additions before we move? We might move to audience Q&A to hear if there's any questions here. Secretary?
Or maybe we can ask the audience.
Yeah, you could ask the audience too. Wonderful. Well, let's then go to audience Q&A. I believe there's microphones here, and there. People have questions for any of the panelists here about what you can learn from these different countries, or what you can, their particular experiences and policies, or questions. Please line up at the microphones if you can. We'll start here. Please, Kathy.
Hi, Joe. I thought I might start it. Well, I'm the host, but I'm really curious because I'm a financial journalist here. And it's just very fresh in the news. As you know, Trump 2.0, disrupting and changing radically things and options perhaps, and maybe the approach to governance, as well as how we see open government partnership. So I was wondering how you see this evolving from your points of view, especially in the Philippines, sir. It's good to hear our climate change priorities there. But how do you see that changing, and how are you going to go along it to ensure that the advocacy of OGP carries on even under Trump 2.0?
Thank you, Kathy. That's a very difficult question, and there may be, I don't want to speak as an official at this point. I think it's in the purview of our Department of Foreign Affairs to speak of that. But I think it's a development that we cannot not acknowledge. In this case, we understand that certain societies have their own sovereign decisions. And they have made that decision and placed their trust in certain individuals to lead. That being said, I think it's a function of a mature democracy that certain values are institutionalized. Of course, relationships will definitely be affected. It is up to the different partners, and that includes the Philippines, which considers the United States an important partner, in fact, the only ally, formal ally that we have. In this case, one would think that we have to look for opportunities in what's happening. And it's still important that we found our actions, collective actions, towards, we found these strongly on shared values and common principles. Perhaps the lesson here is that we have to be trustful of the work that we do in building the institutions and the values. Because if we simply focus on a certain individual, I think that's a disservice to the work that we've continued to have when it comes to open government. Again, I say that we fully respect, of course, the decisions of a sovereign country. But that does not mean that relationships and cooperation and partnerships between and among other countries cannot happen. And I think, the United States, the American people have their own processes to follow, but they will also realize that things will have to work a certain way, because realities around the world are also experienced by all. Again, it's a very difficult question to answer, but I think despite developments, there is common space for everybody, and it's only a call, I think, for us to be even stronger in the work that we do on open government principles. I say this several years back, more than a decade back, when OGP was considered first in the Philippines, and I remember very strongly the United States, Brazil, and the Philippines working on this. I think the processes and the institutions are mature, and what we need to do is look at points of convergence and then prove that partnerships and the principles really do work, and people will recognize that. Thank you.
Can I also add, because I find myself agreeing with you, Secretary, again, I'm not in a position to comment on what President Trump intends to do with regard to open government, but I started out today by talking about how Australia has had this commitment in government to transparency, accountability, and integrity at least as long as I've been in government, and actually for a lot longer, and that's not going to change. So from our perspective, we remain committed to open government, we remain committed to working with civil society and other stakeholders, and we remain committed, importantly, to collaboration across the region. This region for us is extremely important, and that isn't going to change. We want to continue to discuss these issues with all of our partners in the region, including the Philippines, where I currently work, and advance all these principles of open government together. So I'm less concerned about what individual countries plan to do. I can't control that. I am concerned with what we are committed to and what we want to share with other countries in our region.
I mean, my perspective is just my perspective, so I'm gonna speak freely. The change with the U.S. government and the policy, it's something that's on our mind a lot recently, but the funding freeze is not the main risk that we're seeing. I mean, it is big, it is important, but that's not the main threat that as civil society organizations or civil society or media we're saying. The key threat here is the attitude change. Attitude towards being open, attitude towards being collaborative is changing. And what we're seeing in the information space is, I'm gonna be very straight, mostly Russian networks picking up on it and basically broadening their horizon, trying to fill in the gap that is now created with this policy change. I don't have like an answer or a position on this yet, but I just thought it was something that we're observing, and the gap might be filled in with not very welcome people in the world. So it's just a piece of information that I am observing, and I wanted to share so that we're kind of mindful of what other like areas it's opening up as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, a provocative question, and one that we'll be discussing for a long time. We have 3 questions that I can see, so maybe we'll take them, let's take all 3, and then we'll have the panelists respond to the ones that they think are relevant in the remaining time that we have. Please, sir.
Yes, good morning. I'm Joel Tantores from the University of the Philippines. I'd like just to ask a short, probably feedback about freedom of information legislation, say in the particular countries of our panelists. Do you have such, no, where there is a law that clearly pronounces or mandates the policy that government should provide ready access to public information or information coming from government offices? So a quick say yes or no, and maybe any of the panelists can add, if there is none, in the case of the Philippines, and this would be confirmed by Secretary Robert, there's none. We have a administrative measure to provide this FOI, okay? And if there's no legislation providing that legal mandate, what measures are being done to promote public access or access of stakeholders to government information? Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, let's do the other two questions if you don't mind, and then we'll come back to the yes/no part and the longer answer so you can prepare yourself. Yes, sir, over here.
I'm sorry for jumping the queue, but I defer to the moderator. I'm Sunny Africa from Ibon Foundation and Defend NGOs in the Philippines. Fantastic discussions the last day and a half about the Open Government Partnership, but I want to sort of ask a question about the other side of the partnership. OGP speaks about the mechanisms involving civil society, but I think there are some structural shifts happening right now. Civil society is beleaguered. They're being civic spaces closing because of government action, but also civic space being eroded by a lot of foreign policy directions, especially in Western Europe, where funding for civil society is being cut. So I'm kind of wondering, it's fantastic to talk about the mechanisms for open government partnership, but are we thinking about what's going to happen if the other part of the partnership is being diminished, both by Trump 2.0 or 3.0 or whatever, but in larger sense, there really is diminishing support and I think momentum in civil society worldwide. So I think how will that partnership work out when you're losing the civil society half of the partnership? Thank you.
Okay. And the last question before we go to the panels.
Thank you. My name's Mel Flanagan. I'm from Australia, from a social enterprise called Nook Studios. So I've been working on open government advocacy and designing open government systems since 2012. Sorry if you can't hear me, I'll speak in. So I think the points that were brought up today around who is in the room with OGP is really important. Because over the years, one of the things that's a real challenge is the language we use is very exclusive. It's not very inclusive. So it's very hard for people who aren't part of this and who have been around to really engage with it, specifically communities and I think some of the private sector. So I definitely agree the private sector is the group we can be bringing in to this a bit more, but in that kind of inclusive way, because as Eri was saying, we're judged because we're private. Or we're judged because we're not civil society. I think the other thing is media is definitely important, and also investors, because so much of all of these things that we talk about really are we're trying to find the race to the top. So how do we, and investors are really a part of kind of showing that there is that investability, or that there's that stability, that there's that credibility in the work that we're doing. And I think that's so important in terms of what's happening geopolitically as well. So my question to you is, we talk a lot about civil society in this movement, but there's impacted communities that don't have a voice. And I think how can we open up this space really for citizens, because there's a layer for civil society, but it's really how do we bring impacted communities more into this space, and how do we provide those channels where it's not just ask us once, it's that collaboration that everyone's kind of trying to get to. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have a question, a nice set of questions, one on freedom of information legislation, the next one on civic space closing and civil society and what we're going to do about that. And then the last one about how to involve communities in OGP processes. So we'll just go down the panel. People can pick what they want. First, your assignment was to answer yes, no, whether you have a freedom of information law, and then pick the topics that you think are most relevant. And I think we have about 2 minutes each.
Yes, we have freedom of information legislation in Australia. I've been involved in many of these processes. We have very strict rules around what government has to do. So citizens can ask for any information that they want from government, and government must respond and must provide information within certain timeframes. And if the citizens don't like or don't believe that they've been given all the information, then there's appeals processes. It's a very strict process, and government is absolutely required to give the information that has been asked for within certain parameters, as you can imagine. But absolutely, we have that legislation that's been in place for a very long time. On the other questions, huge questions, what I would highlight is just from Australia's perspective in the Philippines. I'm responsible for our development program here. And a huge part of our development program now is focusing on what we call locally led development. And so the idea is that although we do a lot in partnership with the Philippine government, a crucial part of our development programming now is deliberately working with local communities and civil society organizations based on the belief that they are the ones that know best what is required for them to achieve whatever development outcome it is that we're looking at. Economic growth, for example, gender equality, climate change objectives. And so we do seek out organizations that are working at the grassroots level, not just as consultation, but actually to lead on and very much be a part of those programs. It's just one small microcosm. Government obviously has a huge remit, but from our perspective here in the Philippines, that's a crucial aspect of our development programming, and it's been working really, really well. So it's something that I would encourage other governments to do as well.
If I could take the freedom of information law question. Thank you for asking that. It's very relevant and very timely for me, especially because Mongolia does have a freedom of information law, but on top of that, we have a press freedom law as well, which was approved in 1998. And right now, we are currently in the discussion of proposing a new law. Actually, the Ministry of Justice and Home Affairs 2 weeks ago, maybe a month ago or so, submitted a new draft to the Parliament for discussion. And with that being said, if Philippines doesn't have that law yet, I mean, in the case of Mongolia, our experience shows that it's probably better working in the gray environment rather than working in a restricted environment, restricted by new coming laws. Because the new draft that we have received that was currently submitted to the Parliament has a number of pretty alarming clauses that would further close the space that journalists are going to be able to work with. For instance, media organizations should protect national security. It does sound meaningful, does sound right, but when you legislate that, it opens the door for closed court hearings. So when a journalist is accused, the people will not know anything about why the journalist is accused and things like that. There's another thing about facts. Journalists and media organizations should only report based on facts. But what happens in a world where the ultimate power decides what facts are? So that's a very dangerous clause. So I mean, I would take the whole day if I read through all the problematic clauses in that law. But I'm not to say that this law or these changes are coming from a bad place, but it's coming from lack of discussions and trust between the industries like state and civil society. The Ministry of Justice did, I think, at least 5 discussions with media organizations, and each time they made small changes, but like not really looking into the bigger picture. So there's definitely a lot more room to watch what's happening in the legislative environment, especially when it comes to civic space, and really, really work on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Secretary?
Thank you. Thank you for those 3 questions. I think I'll be speaking as a private citizen, and I think it also goes back to my history as a former broadcast journalist, a development worker in Mindanao, a career diplomat in the Department of Foreign Affairs, and now as commissioner in the Climate Change Commission. These are 3 very valid questions. The first one, it's a yes or no question. The answer is no, but there is an executive order, I believe it's Executive Order 1, on freedom of information. And I've been privy to many attempts by different stakeholders to use this mechanism. so that government is held accountable. Is it perfect? No. But it is an existing mechanism in the Philippines. I would like to believe that transparency, accountability, participation, and open data are cornerstones of our governance. In the case of the Climate Change Commission, we get a lot of letters, a lot of queries, a lot of emails on data. It's become a source of motivation for us to put in a digital platform the data that we have so that it's shared with people. Thus, we have NICDs, thus we have CCET as well. So it goes back, it circles back again as a process and as a system and as an architecture, this needs to be further strengthened. I believe, Professor, that the FOI bill is currently in Congress and is being considered. And I hope, I as a private citizen hope that our legislators really look at this seriously and use it both as a motivation for better governance for our country. For the second question, sorry. Oh, the civil society space. I think, again, it's a function of the partnerships that we have with development partners. But I come from Mindanao, and I am witness, as Ibo knows, that the very strong CSO movement in Mindanao and throughout the Philippines is a product of arduous work through decades. And I think it's a mature part of our democracy that makes it become an essential part of governance and the work that we do. It might not be the same for different countries. And of course, the Philippines will do its part in helping empower stakeholders outside of the Philippines. But again, partnerships are important across boundaries. OGP provides that platform. Let's not forget there are multilateral platforms already that are there. You talk about ASEAN, you talk about the United Nations, they're also there. But again, we have to make sure that these platforms and venues are further strengthened and becomes an opportunity for everybody to discuss the values that we treasure and hold dear. And it's important that we work with partners to continue pushing it. I would think that in the case of the Philippines, there's enough to really motivate and ensure that the civil society, the academe, scientists in the case of climate change are an important part of governance in the Philippines. And the third question is how to do it. Localizing the language is an important part of the work that we do at the Climate Change Commission, where climate change is seen as existential, but also something very esoteric when you try to explain that. So what we do is we engage our LGUs, we engage our academe, state colleges and universities to make principles and concepts more understood. Again, it's not easy, and we are in the midst of working on our national adaptation plan. But I agree with you, communication is key so that there's a better understanding of climate change. And if you transpose that into governance, there needs to be clear and continuous discussion on governance principles and how important they are so that the democracy that we have will continue to strengthen on each issue that we are concerned with and government as a whole. Thank you.
Pakeri?
Well, the first question, I think I agree with the Secretary. On the private sector's participation, I think I also agree that more private sector participation should be done by OGP. And on the other question of civil society, civil space, I think each of us has the same problem. we can share how to solve that problem and sharing experience, lessons learned, etc. Thank you.
I have to speak really fast. On freedom of information, Sri Lanka has the fourth strongest Right to Information Act in the world, based on the Center for Law and Democracy's rating of freedom of information laws. But that is law, and that doesn't talk about implementation and enforcement. But in terms of implementation and enforcement as well, Sri Lanka has had really, really good uptake, where we've had even through OGP, we've seen massive successes where citizens just on the ground have been consistently using the Right to Information Act to get, small things like, a culvert in their neighborhood fixed, or to question about it, to getting water for their entire neighborhood, But also, why Sri Lanka's freedom of information law is strong and ranks so high is because it also applies to the private sector that contracts with the government. It applies to state-owned enterprises that have more than 25% shareholding by the state, or any company that has more than 25% shareholding. And there are very limited exemptions, and the state cannot, or an information officer cannot ever ask a citizen as to why they're requesting the information. So in these ways, it's a very, very strong law and can be replicated elsewhere and can be looked to as best practice. On the issue of civic space, because I again come from a country where civic space is such a contested issue, even as we begin to deal with this collective sense of repression, of the contraction of the space, I would just call on everyone to understand that why civic space is under attack is because it's worth attacking, right? So what we're doing here is really, really important going forward and becomes even more important going forward. So every single action matters. Every single word matters, and I can say this as a person who has been talking about these issues for a while. I always felt like we were speaking out into the void, right? That people were not listening to us, people were not taking us seriously. But during the protest movement that happened in Sri Lanka, we were told 100 times over that what we had been saying had in fact mattered. And while it feels like we're speaking in our little silos, in our little panels somewhere, on some show somewhere that nobody's listening, each and every act of standing up and speaking up and educating, discussing, opening processes up has mattered. And I'm saying this not as a boast, but as a sharing of experience of something that even came as a surprise to me. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And we are at time. So I'm just going to wrap up real quick. This is a wide-ranging discussion that was intentionally by design, like pancit bihon, like fried noodles, have many ingredients here, and hopefully it was equally delicious. We touched on climate change, energy transition, artificial intelligence, information space, and public finance, and I'm probably missing a couple things. We touched on new actors in open government space, private sector, investors, journalists, communities, certification processes, a bunch of new open government tools. But most of all, I want to thank our panelists for participating today and bringing us all these stimulating new ideas. Thank you, Moya. Thank you, Duya. Thank you, Secretary Robert, Pakeri, and Sankita. And thank you to all of you who are participating. Enjoy the rest of the day, and welcome your new ideas and innovations. Thank you very much.
And as we do the photo ops, for posterity, I just wanted to thank Joe, perfect moderating there. He said he'd talk about numbers, but no, he didn't get to the numbers. I don't think he did. It was more the more important intangibles there, along with our esteemed panelists. What I really took away from that is really the bringing up of the more difficult conversations that we're supposed to have in a gathering like this, both the challenges and the opportunities. I love that the words like accountability, transparency, integrity were brought up. These are the key themes that we're going to focus on. So I encourage you all to be a participant. we have called the public to take part. We are that public, and I'd love for us to speak up. In all the other sessions, as we continue with the rest of today's sessions, we're going to have a lot more of that, offering further opportunities for dialogue, for learning, and collaboration. So just refer to the agenda. I know it's a paperless event, so you got to have your mobile phone to check in on the agenda to find the sessions that align with your interests, because we're really here to build trust. And trust building is so important for the OGP. And I know that trust is also built in my country, in our country here in the Philippines, is when we go for karaoke. So I hope you have an interest in singing, and I know that that's coming up tonight, continuing on with our cultural night from this evening, from last night, in fact. So thank you so much, everyone. Our final reminder, the closing plenary is going to happen at 3:30 p.m. right in this room. So I got to get you all back here to come together to reflect on the key takeaways and chart the way forward. We've just surfaced here some of the deep dives, but we're going to have more of that after lunch. So have a great day ahead, next couple of hours. I'll see you back here at 3:30. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day's discussions.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Jose.
Sometimes I feel that you need to sing it a little bit to get everybody's attention, since it's a good custom here to sing. Everybody sings, which I'm very envious of. Good. So we will begin the session today. Let me introduce myself. I am Jose Maria Marin. I am the lead of OGP Local. And it is with great pleasure and honor to be here with such a distinguished group of local leaders, civil society champions, and open government advocates. I was reflecting last night about this table, and it came to mind that bringing together mayors, governors, leaders, partners, and civil society is a bit like assembling a jazz band. Each of you play a different instrument. Government sets the rhythm. Civil society brings the melody, and the partners help amplify the sound. If we play in harmony, we can make something really powerful. But if we don't listen to each other, well, let's say nobody really enjoys a bad saxophone solo. Local governments are on the front lines of the world's biggest challenges, whether it is economic inequality, climate change, housing crisis, or even something as basic as making sure that our roads don't become rivers during rainy season. The burden and the opportunity rests at the local level. And yet, local leaders are often expected to do more with less. And that's where the open government becomes a game changer. When local leaders embrace transparency, participation, and accountability, they unlock new ways to solve problems, not just for their communities, but with them. And when citizens feel included, it doesn't just make policies better, it makes governing easier. When people see the process, they can trust the outcome. OGP Local has already shown what's possible. 150 local members around the world are demonstrating the power of it. But there's a challenge. Only 22 of those members are from the Asia and the Pacific region. And that means we have a huge opportunity to expand, to deepen, to accelerate the impact of open government in this region. This roundtable is all about sharing and learning. We will hear from local government leaders about the open government reforms they want to achieve, but also the ones they are most proud of. We will also hear from civil society leaders about successful collaboration and how we can do better. And finally, our partners will share how they can help scale up these efforts across the region. A few ground rules, as I will be moderating this session. Please keep interventions short and sharp. We want to have time to hear everybody, but more importantly, we want to be able to get out to eat lunch on time. I will be calling on you in random order, an order that only I know, to keep you all engaged and guessing who will be next. This is the first of many such conversations that we will bring you together to shape the future where every local government is an open local government. So let's get started, because if there's one thing local leaders and civil society have in common, is this: they don't wait for change. They make change happen. Good. So I would like to begin giving the word to our incoming CEO, Aidan Eyakuse.
Thank you very much, Jose. Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be in this room, and I'll tell you why with a story. My first OGP Global Summit was in Mexico. I think it was in 2015. I had flown, 24 hours from Dar es Salaam via Los Angeles to Mexico City. and I was very jet-lagged. And the first day, I was put on a panel. I didn't know this. And I was asked, so how do you make this, what do you make of this OGP thing? And the things that popped into my mind was, well, we've got to turn the abstract idea into something very concrete. I was actually appealing for them to explain to me what OGP was all about. Later on that day, I went into a side meeting where the idea of localizing OGP first was mooted by two people, Julie McCarthy and Martin Tisney at that time. And that's when it clicked to me as to what the importance of OGP was when it was able to change people's lives on a daily basis. So being here with you is a fantastic culmination for me of that journey that started when I was deeply jet-lagged in Mexico City to actually seeing it happen here in Asia Pacific and around the world, and how it has grown from an idea into 150 particular partners. So I'm really looking forward to today's conversation. You know, since the early days, local open government has been a source of innovation and action within OGP, and it continues to be that way. Each of you is a leader in this field, and you have so much inspiration and experience to share on how open government is transforming your people and your communities. So we're here to listen. I'm here to suck from you all the inspiration that I can get, exchange ideas, and chart pathways to scale open government together. Let me reflect with you on three key messages on the uniqueness of local government. First of all, and again to repeat, local open government changes lives. Your decisions, your actions have a direct impact on citizens' lives. Over the past 9 years, OGP Local has shown how open government fulfills its promise by working for the people and working with the people. We have seen local governments become more inclusive, like in South Cotabato, and I had a great conversation yesterday with the governor here in the Philippines, where they're working with young people to promote their engagement in advancing transparency and fostering more significant participation in the decisions and the policies that affect them. And in Semarang and West Sumbawa in Indonesia, where spaces for dialogue are supporting groups such as women, children, and seniors to voice their concerns and to propose solutions. You are tackling your community's issues head on. First, through open government, from improving access to public buildings, such as in Vanadzor, Armenia, to expanding maternal health in Banggai, Indonesia. You are improving efficiency through better public procurement in Larena, here in the Philippines, and fighting climate change in Yerevan, Armenia, where citizen participation promoted the adoption of energy efficiency solutions in daycare centers so that more money could be saved and be put towards childcare. Together, these examples remind us of the power of open government to bridge the gap between policy and people, unlocking solutions tailored to the unique needs of every community. Message number 2, OGP Local drives impact and drives innovation. OGP Local is closer to the citizens than our national processes, and that proximity, one would even say intimacy, creates space for direct dialogue, experimentation, and co-creation with citizens. And this dynamic is transforming open government approaches. And to my mind, it also legitimizes open government approaches in the eyes of both the participants, citizens and governments, and even observers, those who are looking on to see whether it actually makes the difference. For example, in Baguio City in Philippines, is embedding citizen participation into its governance through its Citizens Council. In Quezon City, again, here in the Philippines, they use technology to provide services more efficiently and more openly. In Armavir, Armenia, and Tagbilaran, Philippines, participation in the budget process is sparking the imagination of residents to create a much better place to live. My third message, OGP Local is a strong, connected, and growing community leading to impact at scale. By early 2025, over 30 new local action plans will be launched in this region. You are all part of a dynamic global community of 150 local governments, and you're leading by example across 47 countries. But it doesn't end there. The true promise of local open government lies in your sheer number across the world. Let me quote one person maybe who's not very open, but I'm told Stalin once said, quantity has its own quality. Quantity has its own quality. Look at termite mounds, look at beehives. Quantity has its own quality. The true promise of local open government lies in your sheer numbers across the world. Your pioneering work is inspiring action by many more local and national governments across the whole of the partnership and beyond the partnership. Collaboration amongst different levels of government has proven effective in leading to impact. This can take the shape of different government levels working together in national action plans or open state practices, as again we're seeing in Armenia, in Indonesia, and the Philippines. So impact comes from going beyond our own boundaries, our own borders. So in closing, let me say this. Open local government is at the heart of what OGP is about. You are close to the people, are inclusive of the people, make a difference in the daily lives of the people. OGP provides a platform, but it is your leadership that turns this potential into results and into impact. And so I urge you to foster greater collaboration, deliver concrete results. You're already doing so, we need more. And to encourage wider adoption of open government principles in the region. Today, we look forward to hearing how open government is improving your communities and how we can extend those successes beyond local borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aidan, for those words. I would like to call next on Diana Torres. She's the Regional Governance Advisor in UNDP's Bangkok Regional Hub and is a co-convener of this meeting right here. And it's been a pleasure to be able to collaborate with you in bringing this group together. And also thank you for always being a champion for open government and very much looking forward to our collaboration in the future. Diana.
Thank you, Jose. Distinguished government representatives, governors and mayors, Mr. Aidan Ejakusi, incoming CEO of OGP, Mr. Jose Maria Marin, lead of OGP Local, members of civil society, dear partners and colleagues, good morning. On behalf of UNDP, it is really my great privilege to welcome you all to this local leaders roundtable, driving open government, action and ambition in Asia and the Pacific. And I want to thank everyone for joining us today in this conversation. The theme of the roundtable centers on leadership and local governance, an issue of growing significance as Asia and the Pacific continue to experience the fastest urbanization rates in the world. Over 55% of the global urban population lives in this region. UN estimates that by 2050, almost 70% of the people will be living in cities in this region. This demographic shift from the rural to an urban region underscores cities' immense responsibility in shaping national and global development. You know very well that achieving the SDGs depends on local action. Nearly 65% of the SDG targets require local implementation, making cities and municipalities frontline actors in poverty reduction, education, public health, and climate resilience. For today, allow me to highlight 3 key messages as well that will help us inform our discussion. The first message is about the essential role of visionary and collaborative leadership that is required today. Governments alone cannot and should not shape local futures. Inclusive, greener, and more resilient cities are built through collaboration among citizens, private sector, academia, and governments. The traditional top-down decision-making model and siloed response is inadequate for today's challenges. Instead, leadership that is collaborative and future-oriented is essential to meeting citizens' needs and aspirations and to protect the rights of future generations, as well as to attract private sector collaboration and investment in a transparent and responsible manner. Digital and innovative platforms now make engaging citizens and gathering feedback from stakeholders easier, fostering a closer connection between governments and citizens. An inspiring example in Asia, for example, is in the city of Bangkok, Thailand, which has adopted an open government approach, using open data, open contracts, and open dialogue to build public trust and foster citizen and private sector engagement in the city's green and resilient urban transformation. The second message is about the need for local and urban governments to change and to adapt to today's complex challenges. City leaders are no longer just administrators. They must be visionaries and problem solvers. Rapid urbanization, climate change, economic disruptions, and geopolitical shifts require you to excel in two things. One, adaptation, responding to the immediate risk like climate disasters and economic shocks while protecting and working with your communities. The second is anticipation, using innovation, data, and digital tools to build resilience and prepare for future challenges. For example, in this region, the Baguio city in the Philippines is leveraging digital innovation to enhance resilience. Its livability index tracks sustainability and quality of life indicators across all barangays, while its digital twin city initiative uses simulations and infrastructure in the infrastructure planning and for climate risk response. These initiatives have earned Baguio City a recognition for its commitment to sustainable urban transformation at the recent CityNet SDG Awards. My third message is about putting people at the center of governance. This is central for tackling corruption, inequalities, and environmental degradation. Inclusion in governance means two things: ensuring public goods and services are accessible to all, particularly to the marginalized groups, cutting down the bureaucracy and the red tape, and putting people at the center, a human-centered design for public service and services and goods. It also means actively engaging citizens in decision-making, in policy implementation, and in oversight and accountability. The Musrembang process in Indonesia demonstrates this commitment, where participatory budgeting aligns with local development priorities with community needs. UNDP has been a proud partner in supporting this people-centered approach of local planning. Similarly, the city of Dangari in Nepal is deploying the Namaste app, Mayor app, that is enabling citizens to report corruption and services concerns, improving accountability and governance, as well as people trust in the local administration. Let me conclude by emphasizing that local leaders are shaping the future of Asia Pacific. And to ensure that this future is sustainable, inclusive, and resilient, greater emphasis is needed on the innovative, open, and adaptive forms of governance at all levels. In this context of complexity and rapid change, local actors are no longer only responders to climate and economic shocks, but proactive drivers of sustainable and resilient communities. UNDP stands ready to support you in this transformation, and I encourage you to stay connected with UNDP country offices and the UN country teams as we work together to build well-managed, green, inclusive, and thriving cities and municipalities for all cities in the region. Thank you for listening, and I look for an engaging discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diana, for those reflections and always being UNDP an important partner in this movement. So we've heard a couple of examples, but I think it's best that we turn to the leaders on the ground that are leading these, that can tell us a little bit more about this, both from government, civil society, and our partners. We are many, and there isn't enough time, so I'm usually very nice and very kind, but I have to be a little bit strict on timing. So please excuse me for that, but I'm sure that I won't need to be mean, as you all stick to your time. But we heard just about urbanization. If I'm not mistaken, here Quezon City is one of the biggest cities in the Philippines, and I would like to give the word and invite Joy Belmonte, Mayor of Quezon City, as our first speaker.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I did not expect to be the first speaker. I thought it would be Mayor Benji Magalong over there. But for context, and if I got the question correctly, we were told to prepare what we believed was one of the most probably outstanding projects that we have done in support of or in alignment with the Open Government Partnership. And for context, those who don't know where Quezon City is, it is in Metro Manila, and it is 1/4 of the metropolis, and we have a population of about 3.2 million people. And one of the problems that was quite grave when I took office in 2019 was the problem of corruption, bureaucratic red tape, and non-transparency in the use of the people's resources. And so we wanted to be a model for good governance. And we believe that the best way we could do this is to be able to embrace digital tools. And so one of the first steps we did was to create a platform called the Quezon City e-Services. And at present, of course, it took us quite a while to build this, but at present, 6 years down the road, this platform has 100 services now online, from paying your taxes, applying for a business permit, renewing your business permit, paying for your real property taxes as well, business taxes, every single service, no, not just the transactional ones that have to do with business and revenue generation, but also social services, services like applying for a scholarship, services like applying for housing, like applying for death benefits or burial assistance or medical assistance. Everything that any citizen needs is now available online. So it is possible now to do business in the city, get benefits, get assistance without setting foot in Quezon City. And as a result of this, there has been much, I think, positive feedback from the people. But I believe the most important thing is that we have been able to reduce or in fact eliminate red tape. We are the model city of the ARTA, or the Anti-Red Tape Authority. And also, I think one indicator that you are addressing corruption is if your revenue is rising. And so I'm proud to say that the revenue of the city, the budget of the city, has increased by 90% since 2019, from 21 billion to 40 billion, without raising taxes. I want to stress that, just by employing good governance measures and tools. So, and now there are 3 million people that are registered in our e-services account, and these include not just our citizens, but also everybody that does business in Quezon City. And I believe that this has really increased our responsiveness to the needs of the people. This has made sure that our resources are used equitably. This also has ensured that there is no face-to-face interaction and less or no discretionary powers that could influence corrupt practices. And I believe that this digital tool still has many room for improvement. So this is now the next step that I would like to get into when you ask me the next question, which is about what we want to do in the future. So I know that there's a second question, right? Or can I proceed now with that? Okay, so the e-services platform has so much more room for improvement. But one of the things that the city government would like to do is to strengthen citizen participation. No? So at the moment, the Quezon City government has a Quezon City People's Council. This is institutionalized. We have 5,000 accredited civil society organizations representing 23 sectors already working with the city government. They are very active in policy making. They sit in all our local special bodies. They sit in all our task forces. They sit in all our councils. And they are active participants in when we pass ordinances through the city council. But I would like this group of people, our CSOs, to be capacitated more, because I would like them to participate in the budget process. So participatory budgeting is one of the #1 priorities of our city government now. So this entails, of course, capacity building for all our CSO members, which we are going to undertake. And we would also like to incorporate participatory budgeting in our e-services platform so that this can be done online as well. So that's one. And the second, we are currently now building a open data dashboard wherein we would like all the information pertaining to our city, housing information, demographic information, gender information, climate information, education, health statistics. Everything will be online for easy for transparency and for the benefit of our citizens, but in conjunction with information, we also would like to develop a better feedback mechanism so the citizens can file their complaints, register these complaints, especially those that have to do with corrupt practices, especially those that are not reaching us because they belong to the far-flung parts of our city. Our city is the biggest city in Metro Manila, and we would like to be able to generate that feedback from the people and develop a framework so that these can be easily resolved. We can time them, and then we can rate the performance of the different departments of our city government. And with that rating system, which is crowdsourced based on how well and how good they resolve our problems, we can improve our service delivery as well. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what we're doing in Quezon City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate it, and really demonstrating the impact that digital can have on the administration, the resources, service delivery, and also that ambition. Congratulations as well for you and the team for submitting their very first OGP local action plan, including some challenge commitments that you've just mentioned, like the participatory budgeting. So thank you very much for that. And now I'm actually going to go right to your right and call on Mayor Sargsyan from Armavir, Armenia, also an OGP member. Mayor.
Բարև ձեզ։ Ուրախ եմ այսօր գտնվել այստեղ եւ մասնակցել բաց կառավարման գործընկերության այս կարևոր համաժողովին։ Մեզ համար սա ոչ միայն հարթակ է փորձի փոխանակման համար, այլև հնարավորություն ամրապնդելու մեր հանձնառությունը թափանցիկության, հաշվետվողականության եւ մասնակցային կառավարման նկատմամբ։ Բաց կառավարման գործընկերության շրջանակում համագործակցությունը ոչ միայն ուժեղացնում է տեղական ինքնակառավարման համակարգը, այլև խթանում է համայնքների զարգացումը ներգրավելով հասարակությանը որոշումների կայացման գործընթացում։ Թիմ կառավարություն համագործակցության լավագույն փորձը Արմավիրում մասնակցային բյուջետավորման ծրագրի ներդրումն էր։ Արմավիրում մասնակցային բյուջետավորման շրջանակներում համայնքի բնակիչները հնարավորություն ունեն առաջարկելու համայնքային զարգացման ծրագրեր եւ քվեարկել դրանց իրականացման օգտին։ Սա թույլ է տալիս բնակիչներին անմիջականորեն ազդել իրենց համայնքի բյուջետային հատկացումների վրա, ինչը մեծացնում է վստահությունը տեղական ինքնակառավարման մարմինների նկատմամբ եւ ապահովում է ավելի թափանցիկ գործընթացներ։ Այս մոդելը ոչ միայն ամրապնդում է համայնքի կառավարումը, այլև բարձրացնում է Արմավիր համայնքի վարկանիշը, որը որպես առաջադեմ թափանցիկ եւ ժողովրդական կառավարման սկզբունքներին հավատարիմ համայնք։ Մենք հասկանում ենք, որ համայնքի վարկանիշի բարձրացմանն ուղղակիորեն կապված է արդյունավետ կառավարման, մասնակցային քաղաքականության եւ նորարար լուծումների ներդրման հետ։ Դրա համար էլ մենք շարունակելու ենք ընդլայնել թափանցիկ կառավարման մեխանիզմները, ներգրավելով մեր համայնքի բնակիչներին որոշումների կայացման գործընթացներում։ Արմավիրը 2022 թվականին միանալով տեղական ԲԿԳ համակարգին կամավոր հիմունքներով ստանձնել էր մասնակցային բյուջետավորումը համայնքում ներդնելու հանձնառությունը։ Առաջին տարում բնակչության մասնակցությունը գործընթացին այդքան էլ բարձր չէր տեղեկատվության պակասի, նոր մեխանիզմի վստահության պակասի պատճառով։ Երկրորդ տարին ավելի հաջողակ էր, երբ Արմավիրն ընդգրկվեց կառավարության մասնակցային բյուջետավորման պիլոտային ծրագրում։ Աջակցություն ստանալով թե նախարարությունից, թե միջազգային գործընկերներից, մասնավորապես GIZ-ից եւ թե քաղաքացիական հասարակությունից։ Դրա արդյունքում հնարավոր եղավ գործընթացն ավելի մեծամասշտաբ իրականացնել առաջարկների իրականացման, տեղեկատվության բարձրացման, հանրային ներգրավման տեսանկյունից, ունենալով ավելի մեծ ֆինանսական ռեսուրսներ եւ վերահսկողություն։ Ծրագրի իրականացման համար մեծ աջակցություն էր ֆինանսների նախարարության կողմից տրված սուբվենցիոն եւ տարածքային կառավարման եւ ենթակառուցվածքների նախարարության մասնագիտական եւ փորձագիտական աջակցությունները մասնակցային բյուջետավորման գործընթացների փուլերում։ Արդյունքը պայմանավորված էր նաև նախարարությունների եւ համայնքապետանի աշխատակիցների սերտ համագործակցությամբ։ Նախարարությունների հետ համագործակցությունը լավ առիթ էր շփումներն ավելացնելու նախարարությունների եւ համայնքների աշխատակիցների միջև, Ըստ էության, ծրագրերը նաև հնարավորություն տվեցին թիմային աշխատանք իրականացնել կառավարության եւ համայնքապետարանների միջև, որը լավ արդյունքի հասնելու հատկանիշ է։ Մեզ համար ոգեշնչողը քաղաքացիների մասնակցության աստիճանի բարձրացումն է համայնքում։ Դա տեսանելի էր մասնակցային բյուջետավորման գործընթացի շրջանակներում եւ դրանից հետո։ Հատկապես երկրորդ տարում եւ համայնքի բնակիչներն ավելի ակտիվ էին մասնակցում համայնքում առաջարկների ներկայացմանը, քվեարկությանը եւ նույնիսկ իրենք էին հանդես գալիս որպես ներդրված մեխանիզմի ջատագովեր։ Արմավիր համայնքում, որը բացի Արմավիր քաղաքից ներառում է նաեւ 10 գյուղական բնակավայրեր, նաեւ համագործակցության եւ տեղեկատվության ստեղծում էր սկսվել բնակավայրերի միջև, որը շատ կարևոր է մեզ համար համայնքների համաչափ զարգացման գործում։ Այս ջանքերի շնորհիվ մենք հիմա համայնքում իրականացրել ենք եւ իրականացնում ենք բնակիչների
Thanks to those actions, we started and are implementing projects like building of playgrounds, reconstruction of parks, of municipality building, and so on. These actions allow the citizens to take part in decision-making processes, in the budget allocation, and we also are happy that our example inspires the neighboring communities. Mezamor is a new ODP member, and they are already ready to implement these mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sargsyan. Very nice to hear also the reflection that this is a process. At the beginning, maybe citizen participation is slow, but by continuing ensuring results, you can see more and more participation. I would like to now go to Indonesia, specifically to Madiun City. We have with us Mayor-elect Maidi, who just arrived this morning to be here with us. So we appreciate the effort, and the word is yours.
Terima kasih pada siang hari ini saya diberi kesempatan menyampaikan permasalahan-permasalahan kota. Saya Wali Kota Madiun, Indonesia. Khususnya tadi sudah disampaikan beberapa teman wali kota. Kota saya ini adalah kota kecil, di mana kota ini
small city where in the past 5 years the problems or challenges were quite a lot, including maternal death, pregnant women death, more waste, high climate temperature, and many leaders with various issues. So with these recent problematic situations, we think that it is influenced by the community itself. So I'm, as the mayor, I open to the community to discuss with the community about the budgeting. So we invite people with and without problems, and those who are concerned to the city problems. So we invite the businessmen, the private sectors, religious leaders, and everyone who care to the city. And we invite all of them on how to deal with these current problems. So all we do open budgeting process, we welcome feedbacks, critics, and we implement the project together. So with this condition, so when we hear any feedbacks or critics or problems, so we'll hear them and we will do the steps to deal with them. So one of the things that we did is that we want people and everyone will support. For example, one baby is being born, then these parents will plant one plant. So it will have a good feedback that we can get more oxygen and will improve the condition of the environment. So it is one thing. So how about the flooding? So all the infrastructures, we have to do sustainable infrastructure construction. So how we build this infrastructure and how to give the rain to be absorbed by the land. And when we plan the program, we conduct musrenbang. So it is a city level discussion among the stakeholders. So there will be no one is blaming, no one is against the government. So we are the facilitator for the people. So the government will doesn't need to have a feeling that they are against the community. So with this kind of condition, so gradually our city is improved, and I heard that one of the successful implementation is information technology. Once we improve the capacity of the community in terms of dealing with information technology, and we do some change, concrete change, and they will feel the impact of this achievement. And we welcome the critics, and it is a constructive feedback to build the city. So during the program evaluation, one of the things that we discussed there is how we evaluate all the programs and how this program can address the challenges or problems. So in my city, there is no pregnant mothers who are having the maternal mortality is decreased very significant. Now it is zero maternal mortality, and now there is no more flooding. And our commitment, the hospital, those people who are getting sick should be decreased, not higher number of people who are sick. And the hospital's revenue should be decreased. So this is what we convey the message to our stakeholders. And all the activities is open, starting from the law enforcement officers, and we invite them on how to support the program in conjunction with support from the communities. And we shouldn't have, reach with the program implementation when we also want to make an open budgeting and open reporting regarding the expenses. So minus 54 million, and now it is really having a significant improvement in terms of the revenue. So that's why we can fund, or we can have a budget for funding our own infrastructure development in terms of flooding management, and also improving the condition of the hospitals, so people will be get healthier with our financing, self-financing system. Thank you very much for your attention.
The effort to attend here and sharing those ambitions and those results. I would like to take an airplane now and maybe go to the Kyrgyz Republic, where we have two local members, both Bishkek and Osh, and they're very lucky to be able to be supported by civil society organization, the Development Policy Institute. Here we have Asamat Namitov representing them.
Thank you very much, Jose. First of all, I would like to thank Philippines government for inviting to such a beautiful regional meeting, and I would like to thank OGP support team for giving us such an opportunity to learn new things. As Jose said, my name is Azamat. I am representing Development Policy Institute. Development Policy Institute is working from 2007 on local self-government and citizen participation. We have two cities that are members of OGP Local, the capital of the Kyrgyz Republic, Bishkek, and the second biggest city, Osh city. In this, after being a member of OGP Local, we created Open Bishkek Working Committee. The working committee consists of 50% members of city mayor's office, and 50% is representatives of active civil society. So we have two committees in two cities. So one of the responsibilities of this committee is to develop an action plan. In Bishkek, we are about to finish our action plan. We have three commitments. First commitment is about increasing citizen participation in city development planning. The second commitment is improving open platforms for citizens to discuss property management issues. And the third commitment is improving citizen feedback mechanism, so feedback on how the mayor's office is working. And about the Osh, we are at the age of developing our action plan. And in Kyrgyzstan, we say that it is better to see one time than to hear 100 times. So attending this 3 days regional meeting gave me good ideas on climate change, new ideas on citizen participatory budgeting, new ideas on monitoring and evaluation system, new ideas on digital tools. So we will take into consideration in these topics, these new ideas in developing action plan of the Osh city.
Thank you, Samad, for sharing that very interesting elements of citizen participation and feedback in such things like land management, which I found really fascinating. I would like to now give the word to Liz Villegas, who is from UCLG Asia Pacific chapter. They are an organization, if you don't know, that promote strong and effective democratic local self-government throughout the region, but also do so much more for stronger local governments. Liz.
Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this dialogue. I speak on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Governments Asia Pacific. UCLG ASPAC is the largest regional section of UCLG, a worldwide association of local governments recognized by the UN. UCLG ASPAC has worked with Open Government Indonesia in providing training for local governments on international cooperation in 2023 and inclusive city development through cooperation in 2024. Promoting city-to-city cooperation can bolster regional development and support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Through these trainings, we have heard city testimonials on the success of decentralized cooperation. However, there are also challenges experienced in the areas of geopolitical context and legal frameworks. Additionally, on our work in capacity building, together with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, we have developed a gender-responsive participatory budgeting training module. We also include GRPB in the finance module of the Asia-Pacific Mayors Academy, a program aimed at newly elected mayors and governors in the region. And it's also a pleasure to have beside me our mayor of Fuvamula, who is also one of our alumni in this capacity building program. In public space development, we have worked with UN Habitat for a community-level participatory design of public space in the city of Surabaya. In the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are supporting local and regional governments and their associations in developing a voluntary local review and voluntary subnational review, and encouraging active stakeholder engagement in the process of monitoring the achievement of the 2030 agenda at the local level. These are just some of the ways in which UCLG ASPAC has been expanding and deepening OGP at the local level. What we see as an opportunity for OGP is to support decentralized cooperation and enable cities to learn more from each other. The presence of champion local governments here showed the strong political will of local leaders to OGP. We need to provide an enabling environment, including capacity building and legal framework that will support decentralized cooperation. Asia and the Pacific is a diverse region, but we will always have a connection. OGP can strengthen that connection, forming a bond that can have a lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. And of course, the work that's been done to connect, to build the capacities to strengthen local governments from UCLG is very important. We very much look forward to working with you. And everybody in the room, if you haven't or don't know too much about UCLG, I highly recommend that you catch Liz before she leaves. I hope you brought enough cards, Liz. Next, I would like to come back to the Philippines and invite Mayor Magalong from Baguio City to take the word.
Good morning, everyone. I prepared a written message, but I would rather speak from the heart. First of all, I would like to thank our partners for accepting us to the OGP Global Network. And it gives us so much pleasure to be part of the OGP. Let me talk about OGP in the context of good governance and corruption, which are actually the most pressing concern now in our country today. And being a member and lead convener of the Mayors for Good Governance together with Mayor Joy Belmonte and 4 others, we're now leading about 201 local government units out of the 1,600. We started with 56, now we're 201. Are we that many? No, we're just scratching the surface. We have a total of about 1,604 plus 1,604 local governments. So that's our 201 is just a representation of about 11.8%. Probably the most challenging is how to entice other local governments, despite the fact that we have these mayors for good governance. Why are we having a difficult time enticing them, influencing them, and inviting them to join the Open Government Partnership? And the reason for that is being a member and being a local chief executive. One thing that I learned is a lot of our local chief executives do not want to give up their special perks and privileges. And when I talk about special perks and privileges, I put this in quotation, meaning they're not willing to give up the corruption practices. And that's a big challenge that we're facing now. I learned that there's no short-term solution in this fight. I found out that there's only a long-term solution. And the only way we will be able really to fight corruption is to start it with the young people. Why the young people? Why the young people? It's because they have so much energy. They're so courageous. They're not afraid to speak up. They believe in change, and they want to make a big difference. And that's the reason why in the city of Baguio, we're so enthusiastic in making sure that our young people are empowered. And there are only 3 ways by which we're empowering our young people now in the city of Baguio. Baguio is 49% IP. And you know, the culture and tradition of the IP, only the elders have the right to lead. Only the elders have the right to decide. But we're challenging the status quo. And so I've been talking to the elders now and telling them there are only 3 ways to empower young people today. First is allow them to take the lead. Allow them to participate in decision making. And the third is probably one of the most difficult skill and talent of any political leader, or any leader or elder for that matter, is to listen, active listening skills. One thing that I learned also, that in this fight against corruption, despite the fact that we have all these technologies, we also have all these systems, digitalization, and all the other, scaffold measures that we are undertaking. I learned that there's no substitute to leadership. When you talk about good governance, it should always start with the leaders. And so I keep on saying, leadership and good governance should start with me. There's no substitute to leadership by example. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for those words and really for highlighting the importance of that leadership, because this is a local leaders roundtable. And in OGP, what I like to say is the core element is leading by example. The example is the action plan, but the leadership comes from all of you. Thank you so much for that. I would like now to take us back to Armenia, to one of our newest members at OGP Local, the head of the community, Karchitrian Metsamor.
Ողջունում եմ ներկաներին, շնորհակալություն խոսքի համար։ Մեզ համար մեծ պատիվ է ներկա գտնվել այս
For us, it's an honor to be here and participate in this discussion. The municipality of Metsamor tries to create the governing model of transparency based on the aligned principle of governance. By adopting these principles, the municipality has the goal to provide information availability to the citizens and increase the level of engagement through specific mechanisms and provide innovation, efficiency, and inclusivity. We also try to enforce the dialogue and cooperation between different stakeholders in order to face the challenges, the local challenges together, uniting our forces. The action plan of 25-26 has 2 commitments which are directed at increasing the level of citizens' participation. First of all, through the direct participation of citizens in decision-making, budgeting processes. And the second one is creation of the network of active young people and ensuring their participation in decision-making processes. So the implementation of participatory budgeting. This will allow to promote the direct participation of citizens in different processes of governance and increase the efficiency of problem solution. So we will create opportunities to citizens to discuss different ideas, projects which will be looked through, and we will select those the best ones and implement them. We also plan to implement the project of young ambassadors. So there are few opportunities for young people in the community, for example, to spend time or have education. And we think that this project will allow us to create links between different young people across the community. The main goal is to develop skills, leadership skills, and increase the activity, increase the level of awareness. And these young ambassadors are going to participate in events organized by the municipality, volunteering work. They will be engaged in in the creation of local policies. They will be the protectors of ODP principles. We will also create a body including women. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words and reminding us of the important role that the youth play in open government and our future. Good. Let's go once again on a short flight. I'm not sure how short or long it might be, but we want to go to Fuvahmulah in the Maldives, also one of our newest members in OGP Local, and I give the word to Mayor Rafiq.
Hi, good morning, and Magandan Hapanpo. Thank you, Jose and team, for the invitation and making this happen, and also to the people of Philippines for the great hospitality. It really feels to be at home here. I am the mayor of Fuvahmulah City from Maldives. You may all know Maldives, but Fuvahmulah, I don't think so. It's the third biggest island or city in the Maldives. Third biggest for us, but maybe smaller than your smallest cities. It's around 5 square kilometers and around 13,000 people. We are famous for tiger shark diving, so if you want to dive with tiger sharks, please come there. You can mention my name to get 20% discount on that. Yeah. It's a great honor to be part of the OGP and especially being the first from South Asia, from the local government. And from the council's governance, I mean, we have been always focused on the transparency, accountability, innovation, and digital governance. So I think being part of this network is actually going to really help us in moving forward. So, I mean, we have been doing a lot of things in these areas. For example, we are among the first local governments in Maldives to comply with the Right to Information Act. And we have fully complied with it. And now we are working on the proactive disclosure to provide more information said in the law. And also to engage with citizens, we have been trialing with voluntary advisory boards. So we have around 11 advisory boards which people can join on a volunteer basis. So the idea is to have experts from these relevant areas, for example, on climate, on economic, on tourism, and allow these volunteers to actually advise the council proactively on their own, or if the council has some requests, they can advise on those matters. And we have also been quite, progressed on the online services from the councils. More than 95% of service, the citizens can apply online. You don't have to come to the office. So we seize it making more accessible. For example, those who are maybe special needs, who have difficulty to come to the office, they can apply for our service from home as well. And we also have a portal to report municipal issues, where you can easily report it and you can track it over time. And also from the council side, we can actually monitor what's happening, how it is progressing, what is being pending, for example, and it's easy for us to address it as well. And also, we have been very much focused on empowering women and the marginalized community, especially on the economic side. So we have had some programs and funding to develop skill development programs, and also helping them to fund through microfinance schemes, for them to start the business and sell their items. And I have been very inspired with the stories I have heard in these sessions, and also meeting other local leaders. So going forward, we have a lot of plans and ambitions, and one is on the citizen engagement. We want to proactively engage, especially the youth. So we have now launched a portal, an engagement portal, but we want to market it more and get more youth to engage with it. So through this portal, we can have like various debates on social issues, community issues. We can get feedback on the proposals. We can do participatory budgeting. So it's quite an exciting area for us to go ahead. And the other one is on the open data. I mean, a lot of councils, we publish data, but sometimes it is not in a usable format. So you want to make sure it is accessible and usable. Sometimes we put information in images, photos, or PDF. So we want to like make it more usable, like in Excel format, CSV format. So maybe other CSOs, individuals, they can use it to actually analyze the data and find trends or identify patterns and highlight that to make us more accountable. And being from all this, I think climate is again something which we have to focus on. So we are very much focused on disaster resilience, disaster preparedness. So how, as a local government, we can work with our community and other partners to make sure we are very resilient and we are prepared to face disasters. And I think some of the sessions I have heard on this open procurement and open contracting, is something very much of interest to us. So going forward, we want to emphasize on this. And even now we are working on the digital governance. And for the procurement side, we are going to launch a portal where vendors can easily submit their bids through this portal to make it more open and transparent. And I think that again would be a first for local government in Maldives. And so it's quite exciting to be part of the OGP, and I look forward to learning from you all. And hopefully next time we meet, I can share some experience from our side, what has worked and what has not worked. So thank you again for this chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that, and highlight the importance of climate in some of our local jurisdictions, and just to know that it is a theme that we see across, and we're working with many others to share experiences around that as well. Good. Thank you so much. I would like to go a little bit further, but actually not too far away, because I would like to invite the British ambassador to the Philippines, Laura Bouffield, who is sitting right next to you, to take the word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose. And first of all, thank you for inviting me. I feel incredibly humbled to be here with local leaders and champions who are actually doing the work of taking open governance to their cities and municipalities. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to join you. The UK is one of the founding members of Open Governance Partnership, and we remain incredibly proud to be supporting and working closely with you. The question put to me as a partner of OGP was, how can we help? What is our role in this space? And I'd like to highlight 3 areas where I think we can and must make a difference. One is from a political level, the second is in terms of our investments, and the third is in terms of our partnerships. But first, on the political side, I think we, liberal democracies in particular, have a responsibility to keep talking about the fundamental importance of open governance. We should do this in international fora. Of course, we should do this whenever we have the opportunity to do so, to raise these issues, to make them part of the international discourse. We can politically also use our positions, such as mine here as an ambassador, to shine a light on good practice, create platforms where appropriate, and celebrate success where they exist. We have to recognize that many of the leaders that are champions for open governance and that are with us today are indeed courageous and bold leaders that sometimes take risks in doing what they do, sometimes fighting against vested interests in so doing. So I think celebrating their success and giving them a platform is really very important indeed. And third, I think we do need to also create spaces for lesson learning and dialogue, creating networks amongst leaders so that they can support each other and learn from each other. In terms of investments, we've already heard some important ideas. I think we can invest in better understanding what works in different contexts. So there's something about monitoring and evaluation, and then when we invest in learning, investing in scale and taking to scale the innovations that you are all telling us about to maximize your particular impact. I think we can invest in innovation, and some innovations won't work. That is okay, recognizing that in all of this there might be an element of failure. I think that's part of innovation. Failing is fine, failing fast is what we want, and learning fast from that as well. We've spoken about capacity building. Of course, that's essential in open governance in general, in public financial management, in many thematic issues that we know about, not least climate adaptation that you mentioned earlier, but also with young ambassadors, as we were hearing before, and as Mayor Magalong was telling us, investing in young people and their capability to drive change, I think is very, very important. And I think we should invest again in those cities that do things well. So I'm based in the Philippines. I'm immensely proud and privileged to be able to partner with Mayor Belmonte in Quezon City and Mayor Magalong in Baguio on climate change or on water, whatever works in particular cities. We need to put our money where our mouth is on that. And then the third role I think we have is on partnerships. So we've spoken about partnerships, of course, and collaborations across public and private. Here I want to bring in the role of the private sector as well as innovators working closely with cities and young people and civil society organizations and the like. And I think as partners, friends, and supporters of all of you, this is an area where we can also add value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm really loving, particularly the areas of investment. I think, of course, learning and innovation is part of what we want to see more of here at OGP Local with the support of partners like you. I really appreciate that. Good. Now, let us move on to Mayor Calibo from La Arena. They are also one of our newest members and OGP Local that have just submitted their very first action plan and challenge commitments as well. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Honored and blessed to be here. Where is La Arena? For starters, La Arena Siquijor is in Region 7. I believe we are the smallest, or the smallest here in this area. No. So population, we are 14,500. So I believe Mayor Belmonte, we're like a barangay in your place, probably. And we are 4,981 hectares only, 23 barangays. But I am proud and humbled to say that we are a Grand Slam for SGLG. So I believe being here and being a member of the OGP is quite a challenge for us. So where do I start? So I believe I'll start with telling you guys that when I started back 2022, I really didn't know what to do, being the first term mayor. So what I did was get hold with a non-government organization or an NGO to perform a rapid needs and resources assessment. So we got that from the early months of my term. So we used the result of that rapid needs assessment and resource assessment, that we used it in ELA, or the executive and legislative agenda. So that's where we started, that's where I started, wherein that assessment includes all sectors, from women, from the farmers to fisher folks, youth. I believe everybody in our barangays were included. So from then on, we made plans to include all these, should I say, things, all those problems, all those issues from the barangays in our planning. So successfully, or with those problems being brought to us, we were able to make, should I say, a better plan. That's why maybe we got the SGLG for the third time. And however, it's been a challenge for us in the LGU. Why? I believe it's one of our problems that we raised about the procurement. Yeah, about the procurement, sad to say, late last year, some of our BAC members were suspended. So yeah, it has been a challenge. So we started from scratch, I believe, and we have a new members on our bids and awards committee. So right now we are still trying to adapt and learn from the mistakes that we had previously, and trying to train all these new ones in our group, being new to this career. And of course, from our team, I have with me my municipal and planning coordinating officer, so Engineer Christine over there. So yeah, I believe we are here to listen. We are here to learn from you guys, being one of the smallest member of this OGP. And I hope and I believe that with your stories to share, we can learn and we can use it in our small little place. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for sharing those interesting words about how you started, but also sharing some of the challenges. And I think it's also a good reflection that doesn't matter your size, what matters is your desire to improve and to become more open. And that's something that really binds us together. Good. Next up, and we're going down the list pretty well, so I want to thank everybody for staying in time. We'd like to go to Kuludufushi in the Maldives and invite Mayor Atif. This is very interesting because you don't have to be an OGP local member to be able to be a leader in open government and be here in these spaces. Mayor, the word is yours.
Esteemed guests, attendees, good morning and thank you. I am Mohammed Atif from Maldives. I have the privilege of serving as the mayor of Kurdufuri city. It is located in the most northern part of the Maldives. A small city, the population is around 15,000. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to OGP and UNDP for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to take part in this Asia and the Pacific regional meeting. And today, it is a great privilege for me to discuss our city's progress in embracing open government principles. Kurdufuri city stands out as one of only 6 institutions in Maldives that comply with mandatory. Also, we are the first city council in Maldives to include civic engagement in the organizational structure back in 2021. And our city council has made notable advancements in promoting transparency and engaging our citizens. Our flagship reform has been a complete revamp of our public engagement framework. We have established regular drop-in sessions every Monday, allowing any constituent to engage directly with council members and as well as me to express concerns or share ideas regarding ongoing projects and community matters. Additionally, we have implemented public consultations prior to finalizing each year's work plan and the budget. This initiative has fundamentally changed the way we interact with our citizens, shifting from a conventional top-down approach to a more collaborative governance model. The results have been remarkable. Through these open dialogue sessions, we have seen increased citizens' participation in planning and implementing local development projects, more efficient and problem-solving as issues are addressed before they escalate, enhanced trust between the council and the community members, better informed decision-making incorporating diverse community perspectives. Looking ahead, we are embarking on even more ambitious reform. We plan to move beyond mandatory disclosure requirements to implement full transparency of all council data and information. This includes comprehensive disclosure of financial and procurement data in analyzable formats, setting a new standard for fiscal transparency in local governance. Furthermore, we will be launching targeted engagement initiatives, particularly focusing on youth participation through our new Youth Talk sessions we have planned. These specialized forums will be created, dedicated spaces for young people to provide feedback and ideas across different areas of city development, ensuring their voices shape our community's future. These initiatives extend beyond our city's limit by demonstrating that transparent participatory governance is achievable in small island communities. We are contributing to the broader regional dialogue on open government. Our experience shows that size doesn't limit our ambitions when it comes to good governance. At this moment, we are not a member of the Open Government Partnership, but we are looking forward to the opportunity to join OGP soon. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Really appreciate that. And of course, happy to have you as part of this community in any configuration. And let's talk about membership later on. Thank you so much. Good. I would like to go now back to Indonesia, where I would like to invite the Assistant Secretary of Economic Development of West Sumbawa, one of our OGP members, who's going to be starting the co-creation of their second action plan very soon. Suhadi.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, selamat siang.
Good afternoon. I am Suhadi. I'm from West Sumbawa, West Nusa Tenggara in Indonesia. It is a very small area for Indonesia, and we are now, it's like 21 years old of this West Sumbawa district. So with this small area, we have a high commitment to improve the governance in our area, although it is like a new area in the country, but we achieve quite a good increase improvement at national level. So we receive like 10 years from the national financial audit that we get a higher grade.
Hal yang penting yang perlu kami sampaikan adalah bahwa Kami punya komitmen yang sangat kuat untuk membangun di Kabupaten Sumbawa Barat.
Apologize for the feedback.
Korupsi yang diaplikasikan secara nasional, tapi juga kami memiliki sistem yang kami kembangkan sendiri, khususnya di dalam proses pemerintahan terbuka.
Sorry, there's a feedback. I apologize. I cannot provide a proper interpretation due to feedback. Maybe the headset of the mayor is too close to the microphone, so I cannot provide the proper interpretation. I apologize for now.
Seminggu sekali
I'm
setiap
sorry,
hari.
Suhadi, can you please wait for 1 second? We're having an issue with the translation.
Okay.
1 second. What should we do, team?
Can you remove the headset next to Mr. Mayor to turn it off? So maybe that's the feedback coming from the headset on his table.
Can somebody?
Okay.
Can you take it off? Yeah.
Can you give it for a second? Can you remove it?
Okay.
Thank you. I'll give it back to you.
Okay, I think that works. Does it? Suhadi, if you can continue.
Salah satu model pemerintahan terbuka yang kami kembangkan di Kabupaten Sumbawa Barat adalah Forum Yasinan. Jadi Forum Yasinan ini merupakan unggulan kami di daerah dan juga sudah mendapatkan.
We also received the award nationally. So nationally and internationally, we feel that with this forum, that the people's complaint system that applied nationally and generally did not work effectively. For example, the call center and also the complaint blogs or other channels where people, the community were not using it. So we, as the head of the Sumbawa Barat district, to issue a new idea so that the channel to provide this idea, provide it directly. So we sit together in a forum and openly, and also in the forum, the community, the people can convey their complaints. It can be provided directly to the government apparatus, the officers, regionally, or other verticals or relevant institution. So in this forum, we not only presented the regional institutions, but also vertical institutions such as the police, regional police, and also the local military commander, and also other institutions like the land office and other regional office. In this forum, the community, the people can convey their complaints or their concerns, and the government can provide quick response within 24 hours for all of the complaints in this forum that we have. With this forum, we find that there have been a good interaction between the people and the government, and they feel like there are no distance between them. Then they can give these feedbacks and inputs directly to all of these institutions, vertical, and they provide them a convenient way to communicate. And this is the kind of participation that we need from the people. In this forum, we have performed an evaluation regarding the achievement of the development and other things, the gaps that still need to be improved. And the government also gives their strong commitment to improve the services to the people. One of the important things is that democracy is one of an effort to improve the basic services to the people so they can become better every day on the daily basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suhadi, for sharing with us that a very interesting forum for exchange. Now, I would like to go to Arpin Hakobayan. She is the president of the NGO Center in our media civil society organization that has been supporting an integral part of our members, Gyumri and Vanansor. Arpin.
Thank you, Jose, and thank you, dear guests, colleagues, leaders, and champions. It's a big honor for me to have an opportunity to have a speech during this roundtable and sharing experiences and inspirations for a more open, inclusive, and resilient future for our communities. As the president of NGO Center Civil Society Development NGO, I am delegated to reflect on the significant strides Armenia has taken in advancing open government principles at the local level, with a particular focus on Vanadzor, Armavir communities. Armenia's journey with the Open Government Partnership began in 2011, embedding principles of transparency, accountability, and citizen participation into its governance frameworks. Vanadzor and Gyumri City jointly applied to become a local OGP partner in 2012, and since there they are implementing commitments. The local engagement of Vanadzor and Gyumri communities as members of the OGP local network represents a major milestone, laying the groundwork for a new area of collaborative governance. This progress, despite challenges such as pandemic and regional conflicts, has demonstrated the resilience and potential of open government to transfer lives at local levels. While talking about Vanadzor city, the most significant achievement in this process has been the establishment of constructive partnership between the local government and civil society organizations. Unlike earlier initiatives where cooperation often felt obligatory, this time the enthusiasm and responsibility demonstrated by the municipality were remarkable. Together, we have advanced projects designed to make our communities more transparent, participatory, and efficiency. My colleagues have already mentioned the main significant achievement in Armenia. It's its participatory budgeting. So I would like to tell that the champions in Armenia of participatory budgeting is Ministry of Territorial Administration and GIZ, and so this is a really significant achievement for Armenia. Participatory budgeting has emerged as a significant tool for enhancing local governance and community engagement, allows citizens to directly influence how municipal funds are empower residents to give them a voice in decision-making on public projects such as infrastructure improvements, educational facilities, and community services. The OGP commitment of participatory budgeting reflects a growing commitment to transparency and civic participation, aiming to strengthen democratic practice and foster greater accountability at the local level. This innovation not only increased civil engagement, but also strengthened trust in local governance. While speaking about civil society organizations in driving OGP processes, I would like to mention that the role was pivotal role in bridging the gap between government and citizens. Through our involvement, we facilitate inclusive dialogue, advocate for participatory reforms, and monitor the implementation of commitments. Especially in Vanadzor city, civil society organizations have been instrumental in three parts, mobilizing diverse voices. For the first, we ensured that vulnerable and marginalized population, including people with disabilities, were actively involved in co-creation process. For the second, building capacity. With support from the international organizations, more than 20 stakeholders, including CSOs, educators, and media representatives, were trained in open government concepts and digital democratic tools. And for the third, ensuring accountability. Civil society is at the forefront of monitoring progress, providing independent evaluations of commitments and promoting transparency in resource allocation and service delivery. Despite these successes, there is room for improvement. First, we need stronger institutional mechanisms to ensure that participatory practices are embedded in local governance rather than depend on individual leaders or short-term projects. This includes legally mandating citizen participation in municipal decision-making processes. Second, scaling up direct democracy measures, such as online petitions, digital town halls, and co-creation workshops can deepen citizen engagement and make governance more accessible. And finally, enhancing cross-sectoral partnership is key. Collaboration between municipalities, civil society, academia, and the private sector can drive innovation in local governance. For example, leveraging tech solutions like open data platforms or AI-driven public feedback tools can make decision-making more transparent and responsive to community needs. By institutionalizing these approaches, we can create a governance culture where transparency, participatory, and accountability become the norm, not innovation. And in conclusion, I would like to say that OGP local framework has taught us that open government is not just a policy approach. It is a way to empower people, rebuild trust, and create lasting positive change in our communities. I firmly believe that by fostering deeper collaboration between governance and civil society, we can achieve a future where open governance becomes the norm, not the exception. I extend my gratitude to the OGP, the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub and Philippines government for convening this important forum. Together, let us continue to drive ambition, scale impact, and ensure that no community is left behind in the pursuit of open and participatory governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arpin, for those inspirational words and reminding us the important role of civil society of bridging these gaps that we really need to close. Good. Next up, I would like to invite Mayor Garcia from Balanga City in the Philippines to take the word. Please, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. So I'm Mayor Francis, and I'm the mayor of the city of Balanga, which is in the province of Bataan. It's the capital city just across Manila, across Manila Bay. But right now, by land, you have to go around Central Luzon to get there. But we are a fairly small city, more than 100,000 population. But we try to achieve as much as we can. So we are an 8th straight Seal of Good Local Governance awardee. We're also the 2024 most business-friendly city for Level 3 cities. We're also one of the members of the UNESCO Learning Cities International Network. And most recently, our wetland and nature park just got included in the Ramsar list of wetlands of international importance. So the local governance and open governance is very important to us. It's part of our mission to have a participatory government. And we do that in various ways. First of all, we use the performance governance system, wherein we have the MSGC or the Multi-Sectoral Governance Coalition, which is an umbrella group of private organizations that help in advising the city and its different committees and departments. And it is a very active organization that really helps me and our city in our governance. Apart from that, of course, we have the different organizations, most important of all, our barangay or village officials. And then, again, we have very active senior citizens groups, women's, PWD or persons with disability, solo parents, scholars, and youth. Of course, our Chamber of Commerce, our farmers and fishermen, and our cooperatives. And we really actively get feedback from all of them. And if there are any suggestions or complaints, it gets to us right away. And also in the membership in the different committees in the city, like the local development council, local school board, we actively get from our private citizens organizations to help us. And this directly leads to our budgeting efforts, etc. And then if the other ways that the people can reach us, of course, is through City Hall. Just go to City Hall, go to our office, my office, or our department heads. And Facebook has proven to be a very invaluable tool. So I hope it's okay to. So some might not like social media, but for me, it's been a very valuable tool. So we have group chats for everything, especially during times of disaster. All the important members are included, the barangay officials, so that there's immediate feedback. And then, of course, through the city message hotline, they can get a message from anyone in our population. And of course, in my own account, I always and actively read not just your regular chat, but the message request, even the spam, because there might be some messages there of someone trying to reach out to me directly for their concerns. And of course, the national government also has the 888 Citizens Complaint Hotline, which our citizens actively use also. And then I agree with Mayor Magalong that really our youth is the most important population that we really have to educate. So as part of our programs in each of our barangays or villages, we have the Barangay Learning Hub where there's free use of computers, high-speed internet, air conditioning, and a facilitator so that people who can't afford to buy their own computer, get their own internet, they can just go there. So that solves the digital divide. And then I'm proud to say that in our public schools, every teacher has the latest laptop. The latest we got are MacBooks. And every classroom has at least a 55-inch widescreen TV, so that we've turned every classroom into an AVR, so that they don't have to wait for the AVR schedule. And because the complexity of the lessons now, and also the many tasks of the teachers, now they just create their presentations on the laptop, present it on the TV. They don't have to write on their blackboard over and over again. So by this, we will educate our young to be very productive members of our society, and of course, be included in the participatory governance that is in our mission. For the future, just like Mayor Belmonte said, we want to be even quicker in terms of finding out what our population needs, what the latest problems are, so that we can respond even quicker to all our needs of our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Appreciate you being here, being a committed advocate as well for open government, and reminding us that we need to check our spam folder once in a while because we might have a really important message to attend. Excellent. Now I would like to call on the Deputy Head of Finance of Yerevan Municipality, Mr. Minasian.
Հարգելի գործընկերներ, ողջունում եմ ձեզ այս կարևոր նախաձեռնության շրջանակներում։ Երևանի քաղաքապետարանը իրականում
My warm greetings for this beautiful commitment, and Yerevan municipality has done a lot to have a democratic and wide system which is prosperous than ever. And in this context, as we don't have enough time, I will focus on the main things. Particularly, I would like to talk about civic activities. And Yerevan municipality has recently triggered the platform system, which is a bridge between citizens and community. And with this platform, due to this platform, citizens have the opportunity, have the possibility to raise their problems, to talk about their concerns, and try to find someone, try to find a staff that will tackle the problem and find solutions and way outs in this situation. And later, they will they will have a follow-up procedure, and Yerevan municipality, regarding accountability, has an interactive budgeting platform, which basically helps the staff to perform accountability. Sometimes all these details are not available for the citizens, and that's why the municipality has launched citizens budget project, and this is a very important document, and this is a very, very important bridge, a very important opportunity for the citizen. As Yerevan municipality in 2025 has developed to have a budget, has drafted it with its main issues. They will show what they will give the community, what the advantages will, what benefits they have for the community. And I think that the next step is to go closer to participatory budgeting. And why are we so peculiar in Yerevan? We will try to invest to introduce AI in all these participatory procedures, and that will be a completely new U-turn in this process. It will be a boom, I think, and it will be a great opportunity to make the transition easier so that they can do it with ease, and there will be no obstacles for them to show their initiations, their concerns, and also we have a midterm project implementation. We want to have the financial map of the city. Well, the map will show the example map of Yerevan, and point by point we will have all the projects, and the budget will come along with them, and we will have the expenditure list, we will have the expenses, and the citizen will have a concrete access to all these budgets, all these projects, to see what the next step is, what projects are going to be implemented, and tracking will help them a lot. I think this much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that innovation that you're sharing and ambition of Yerevan that you've demonstrated through your action plans as well. Now, I would like to turn to Muklis Raya, who is a program director in Patiro Semarang, one of the civil society organizations supporting our local member, Semarang.
Thank you, Jose. Salamat. I am Muklis. I'm working for Patiro. We are working focused on budget and good local government. We are facing some difficult as well in Indonesia. For example, this week our president giving a new decree about the budget efficiency for my country. So they're cutting the travel budget for all the public servants in Indonesia. So I think because of this meeting as well, this impacted to this meeting. So because of only two, I see only two measures from Indonesia from 8 OGP local should be participate in this meeting. But I think this is no problem, but the most important is the commitment from all the local government. Secondly, I would like to say Indonesia, we're facing a decrease of democracy indicator, but we still hope the positive one, but the public participation is still open, and the door, we can use the doors is the OGP to still ongoing the process of democratization in another countries as well, not only in Indonesia. So I would like to, what is the action about in our countries? So I would like to tell you all about the specific action, but the most of the process of co-creation is about the commitment. At the first time, we are working in not only in local but working in national. But in this context, I would like to tell you about the lesson learned about what we do in the local context. Semarang is the big cities. This is number 5 in Indonesia. The big number 5 in Indonesia. We have population 1.6 million, and as we know that there is transition in all over Indonesia. We are on the transition of head of the mayor in most of Indonesia, especially in Semarang as well. But sometimes we're facing the issue about how the OGP issue is rising for the mayor itself. So we have to be commitment, and we have to be continuous the meeting with the government and the civil society. And some of the project in Semarang, after we discuss in the process of co-creation, we have some satu data or one data, and then we have focus in women and kids focus group discussion. It's quoted by the UNDP Bangkok. It's Musrembang, which focus discussion which focus on women and kids, and then the most important is, I think I would like to say in this forum, is about digital intervention. That is, we develop application, digital citizen report. Maybe we call it, the tagline is Hai Major, or in Indonesia we say Sapa Mbak Ita, or because the name of mayor, recently mayor is Ita, so we say Hai Mbak Ita. This is a digital citizen report because we have 1.6 million. With this canal, we develop the digital application. With this application, we learn about how the inclusive opportunity and also the open participation and digital intervention. We have tagline as well about see it, say it, and short it. So the public can complying within this canal or using this application. What is the commonly issues resemble from my city? As the big cities, there is so many problems. Of course, we find about the public transportation, public facilities, education, and public service. So with this canal, the community, the people can report what they issues in the community, and then they using the canal for reporting to the government, and the government hopefully will sort it the issue quickly. And based on what is the lesson learned from this application, I see that for the example, if we think about the application, which of course we develop something, but it is really useful or not, it is really impactful or not, we can see that based on data. I see, of course, if we going something, we see the data. Based on 2023, there are any 6,000 reporting causes from the community, and then we see that 80% is sorted, and based on the reported from the government, we see that the 80% is good enough for the participating, and also good enough for the government response. I think it's very good.
Thank
and
you.
So I think this is very valuable as well for, I think this development of application can be lesson learned to another city as well.
Thank you, Mukhlis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good. And now, just to drive us home, I would like to give the word to two of our steering committee members. I would very much like to start with Steph, civil society representative, to give us some words and wrap it up.
Thank you, Jose, and congratulations to all the local governments and all the hard work that you're doing. It's been a pleasure to sit and hear all the work that is happening in the various regions. I would like to take this opportunity to draw some inspiration, which I hope that you will take home with you from Makueni County in my home country, Kenya. And the reason that particular example of local government, they worked on open contracting, and there was much inspiration for me and all of us along the way. The first is that the governor of Makueni County was a pioneer, and he made a way. He adopted open contracting even before the national government had any idea what open contracting was. And he also went beyond the requirements of the law. So the national procurement law had, of course, specifications on what information should be disclosed. But as a champion and a pioneer, he went beyond what the law required, and he disclosed much more information for the local citizens in Makueni County. And he ended up influencing other local governments to be bold and innovative in serving their citizens, even outside of the constraints of the law. The second thing that inspired me about the governor of Makueni County, a local leader like yours, was his humility and his buy-in. And what I mean by that is he had gone through a process prior to our partnership with him where they had tried to impeach him and remove him from leadership. And one of the reasons was because of his integrity. And a lot of the teams in a turbulent kind of season of when they tried to impeach him, he could have taken, and he survived the impeachment efforts. He could have taken the approach of saying, well, I'm the governor of Makueni County, and you have to do what I say. But that is not the approach he took when implementing open government reforms. As his key partners, he said to us, listen, I want genuine buy-in from my teams. I want them to understand what this means for our citizens. And so he told us, you will not proceed until you train every level of government on what it is we're trying to do. And so he required us to train the local cabinet, the directors, all of the implementers, so that their mindsets would be shifted towards open government and what it means both for government and also for citizens, because it would also improve government efficiency and so on. And that humility of approach stuck with me, and I hope that it's an inspiration for you as well. He also invested in peer support for other local leaders. He invited and hosted other local governments to learn from what Makueni County were doing. And this resulted in other local governments taking up open government, open contracting reforms with him kind of as the lead influencer in the region. Lastly, he managed by his kind of pioneering and leadership and steadfastness to inspire the national government to adopt open contracting. And the national government eventually issued an executive order requiring all national procuring institutions to disclose more levels of procurement information. It also impacted our national scheme that reserves procurement, 30% of procurement contracts for women, youth, and persons with disability. That was previously compromised by people that would use these vulnerable groups to be able to get lucrative contracts. But adopting that approach by the national government helped this initiative achieve what it was supposed to achieve. So this was one local champion that had this full effect by taking up open government reforms. And so my goal in addressing you today is to inspire you as leaders. Majority of your work focuses on leading teams and securing results for your citizens. However, I encourage you, like this leader, Professor Kifuda Kibwana, to look up from managing your teams, to look up from securing results from your citizens, and look across. Be deliberate in using your work to make a way for others. Be deliberate on building genuine buy-in in your team so that your hard work on reforms is entrenched and is sustainable even beyond your tenure. I encourage you to invest where possible in peer support for other local governments in your region, to be able to take up the same reforms with your leadership, with your experiences. And I like what the ambassador that you said, failing is okay, but fail fast and learn quickly. And I think that would be valuable if you choose to take leadership in your region. And so I wish you every success in your continued work in open government. I hope it's okay, Jose. It's my last chance to be able to say thank you to the government of Philippines for hosting us, for the excellence, the planning, and the execution. I look forward to working with you all in my term as co-chair of the partnership starting later this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steph. And because you mentioned, no, not because you mentioned, but I would like to now give the final word to Yusek Wilford Wong from DBN, our host, also steering committee member, and a champion not only in open government at the national level, but also local level.
Yeah,
Yusek.
thank you very much, Jose, and thank you very much also, Stephanie, for your kind words about our organizing and hosting this regional meeting. Excellencies, local government units, open government advocates from the government, civil society, private sector, and development partners. The stories and examples that you have shared this morning were impressive and very, very, it is to be taken as a good opportunity for us to continue and spread these practices, and at the same time poses an opportunity for us to improve on the challenges that we are facing in our respective local governments. As we strive to make governments more transparent, accountable, and participatory, we must encourage that real impact happens at the local government, the first point of contact to our citizens. Their proximity to people makes them powerful agents of open government principles. However, local government often faces barriers such as limited resources and weak institutional capacity. It is crucial that we continue to empower and equip local actors with the tools, legal frameworks, and political support that needs to be institutionalized through open government reforms. The Asia and the Pacific region houses some of the biggest democracies in the world, and local open government plays a pivotal role in strengthening these democracies from the ground up. When governments at all levels work together, we can create policies that reflect realities on the ground, foster inclusive participation, and ensure transparency in a way that we can help our citizens build trust. Collaboration across national, regional, and local governments, it is not just beneficial, it is necessary. As we advance the OGP agendas in our local jurisdictions, I urge all of us to prioritize local open government in national strategies and action plans, encouraging to continue multi-level partnerships to scale impact and sustainability, and to support peer learning and resource sharing between the national and local governments. By working together, we can build governments that truly serve the people from the grassroots to the national level. The future of open government depends on collaboration. Let's make this happen. Thank you very much.
Well, this concludes this session. I just want to thank all of you for your time, for your dedication, for your inspiration. And I really hope that we can continue to work so that we can change those numbers and make this region even more open at the local level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can we, very quickly, the speakers come, I think, up here up front, and we'll take a picture, please. And then we can go on for lunch. For the local leaders, please, all the speakers come.
The closing plenary of the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting will begin shortly. Please take your seats. This is the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. Wrapping up this productive meeting is your host, Kathy Yang.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. A very good afternoon, everyone. I can feel the energy in this room after 48 hours. How is everybody? Great. I've had fun myself. Mom, I've never had such a crowd like this, able to draw in all the shared interests that we have over the past 48 hours. We've come to the closing. Welcome to the closing plenary of the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. A round of applause, everyone. I know karaoke night is happening in a few hours, so you better get ready for your favorite songs. That's the only way to blend in to the Filipino culture. You gotta sing a song, okay? If you can't do it alone, gotta do it with a drink. That's how we do it. I hope this week has been inspiring and energizing for all of you, that you've gained fresh ideas to take home and build meaningful connections and spark those collaborations that we really need to last well beyond this very important gathering. And of course, I hope you've also had the chance to experience the warmth of Filipino hospitality, culture, and cuisine. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from the meeting.
We are so honored to have you all at this gathering. Welcome to the Philippines, dear partners. For prosperity, mabuhay, wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We come here from so many backgrounds, government, civil society, some of them also come from the private sector to think more about things that can give more benefit to the community in every country, particularly in Asia Pacific.
The Mongolian Youth Council tried to actively participate in the decision-making process of the government.
In Indonesia, we want to include more citizens into the government process, starting from the planning, from the implementation, and also the evaluation process.
At COST, we work with governments and civil society and private sector to form multi-stakeholder initiatives to effectively deliver infrastructure to communities.
Important thing I would take back to home is the knowledge from different cities, from different local leaders, and some of our speakers.
I can learn from many countries that how they develop their system of infrastructure and also transparency.
That open government partnership is alive and well. It's extremely exciting to be here in the Philippines to see the full cabinet participating in open government partnership across the spectrum of government. It's a very exciting conference to be attending.
The opportunities for the open government community in the Asia-Pacific region are really about inspiration, to hear from each other what great examples of advancing open government commitments that improve people's lives. And there are very many examples, very many people here to really share and inspire one another.
For me, open government partnership is accountability,
trust building,
better community engagement,
open and transparent decision making,
the people's government,
collaboration and partnership between citizens and their governments,
transform of people's life.
May we see the grand opportunity we have today and use it to send a powerful message to the world that open governance is fundamental to prosperity, to stability, and to security in a rapidly transforming world. Be part of a global commitment to open governance.
I'd now like to welcome on stage our moderator for our closing dialogue from Public Service Accountability Monitor and OGP Steering Committee member, Zukiswa Kota, to moderate the closing dialogue. Ms. Kota, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to our most amazing MC. I'm very excited to be moderating the final plenary of our 2 days. It feels like it's been longer than that because it's been so amazing. My name, as we've said, is Zukiswa Kota, and I'm part of the OGP Steering Committee. Just before I open up to our panel, I'd really like to just share one reflection, a personal reflection over the past 2 days, which is really that despite the fact that we find ourselves in a really difficult context, the OGP community, particularly in the Asia and Pacific context, exemplifies a sense of community from the highest office, as well as to civil society and public service reformers. In the past 2 days, I've really felt the sense of resilience, the sense of ambition, and a real sense of love in this community. It's been an absolute privilege to be here. Right, opening up now our panel. In fact, what I do want to mention as well, and I'd like to give everyone in the audience a chance to think about that, is that we're going to have a brilliant set of speakers to close us off, but we also are going to have at the very end an open chair. The reason I raise this now is because I really would like, we would all like to have someone or a few people, one or two if we have the time, to join us on the stage at that open chair to share their reflections and insights based on the past 2 days. So give it some thought, be brave, and join us at the end of the session. So we'll first open up to our speakers. Our first speaker is Darlene Marie Berabarabe, the Dean of the University of the Philippines at the College of Law. Please welcome her onto the stage. Thank you, Dean Berabarabe, giving myself a second chance. Our second speaker will be Wilfred Wong, the Undersecretary of the Department of Budget and Management. Please welcome him onto the stage. Our next speaker is going to be Asa Ilmi Budiacha, who's the Executive Director at the Indonesian Judicial Research Society. Please welcome Asa. We're also joined by Nomi Cheng Davanyam, who's the Senior OGP Specialist, Cabinet Secretariat of Mongolia. Welcome, Nomi. Okay, I'd like to invite my speakers to take a seat and join us on the stage. And just another reminder about our open chair, please think about it. Right. Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much. Very excited to close off these amazing 2 days. Let's start off with the Dean. Over the past 2 days, the University of the Philippines has opened its doors for several side events in a really engaging and vibrant way. Could you please share some of your highlights from these engagements? And in particular, how do you feel that we could take these forward in the context of OGP?
So the University of the Philippines College of Law is a partner to the OGP by hosting some side events. So we did host the green financing reforms 2 days ago, where it covered discussions on climate data, climate financing, justice zones, transparency in public procurement, and youth and women empowerment. So we will continue to host such dialogues because the academe will be playing a very important role in providing a safe space for discussion so that we can have a free exchange of ideas and our ambitions as a country, and also to host the experiences and expertise of our neighbors. So as an academic institution, we also believe in the objectives of the OGP for the transparent, accountable, inclusive governance, because we believe that it is really fundamental to building a just society.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Wong, Under Secretary, this event has been more than, it's been 6 months in the making, so lots of work has gone into it. Could you share from your perspective what some of the highlights are, and in particular in the lead up to the meeting? But also, we'd really like to hear what the reflections from the Philippines government in terms of continuing to show leadership in this amazing way. So some reflections from you.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, this has been a very enriching experience for the Philippine government. We started off, if I can bring you back more than 6 months, the executive order issued by the President, Executive Order 31, Series of 2003, institutionalizing the open government here in the Philippines. So that gave us a big boost and that framework and background to move further in this advocacy of our open government. So coming to this, the preparations, it was really more than a whole of government approach that we were able to bring the different agencies, different branches of government in putting up their commitment holders, the Supreme Court, COMELEC, different branches. And we are very happy with the turnout from the cultural night, where we had the executive secretary, the president, espousing that open governance is very important. Open government partnership is very important as a key advocacy in making things accountable and transparent in the government. This hosting of the Asian Pacific Summit is a big boost to us to help further advocate our causes in OGP, transparency, accountability, to other jurisdictions that will help us be able to really advance to other countries that are interested. We will be there to share our expertise and other items where we can be of help in transforming that open government partnership to be included in their policies, whether it be in the local or national levels.
Wonderful. So a clear commitment in the context of our academia, certainly very clear commitment in terms of the leadership of the government. So Arsa, if you could please just share some reflections from the civil society perspective. If you could share some takeaways in particular about how, as civil society, we can keep this momentum going, and what in particular were some standout moments for you?
Okay. Just this month, we've been shown that the world is an uncertain place to live in. Challenges remain existed and are even more complicated. This regional meeting has shown me that we actually face similar challenges. Lack of support, lack of resources, lack of buy-in from the government, and also continued repression and limitation from the government. That's why I'm thinking that I'm not alone. We are not alone. We should not feel alone. As CSOs, to be able to, in this meeting, to meet a lot of partners, a lot of friends with the same values, the same spirits, truly gives us hope. It may be sounded so cliche, but I think all of our dreams, all our vision, and also our spirits, the opportunity to discussing the possibilities and also the strategies in this kind of forum has truly gives us the spirit to continue to adapt, to adjust, and to keep doing the work in more creative way. Some important key takeaways that I was noticed in these past 2 days that we actually headed towards the same goals, which are the governmental transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. However, we oftenly working in silos and even have suspicion toward each other, so the collaboration is the only tools that we have to ensure to reduce this kind of challenge. And other important thing is that business as usual will no longer be working for us. We have to step beyond the box. We have to think outside our limit and practice over our day-to-day habit. One channel to do it is already provided by Open Government Partnership Challenge, and it should be leveraged by all of us. And from other session, I also realized that We should never forget to localizing the commitments that we have in the national levels, because it is a big opportunity for us to ensure new champions to open extra doors for ensuring open government reforms. And to ensure the momentum of this meeting keep going is to bring back home any best practices, bring back home any lesson learned for our current and upcoming national local plans. Progress check-ins and also consultation among peers in Asia Pacific should be a routine agenda, not only for CSOs but all government as well. Capacity enhancement for CSOs and also the government to leverage, to communicate, and looking for resources strategically to implement all of the commitments that are being put into National Action Plan is severely needed. Empowerment to all of the partners in OGP to advocate for legal basis, for advocate to firm support of institutionalization of OGP in each country can make the commitment more impactful, and not just a part of conversation for only every 2 years or every 4 years, but to able to forge meaningful partnership and sustainable open government reforms. And lastly, we have persevered through many transitions, confusing periods. So we must continue to unite, harness political interest into our commitment, and maintain the kind of optimism that can translate into actionable reforms. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, and absolutely agree. Thank you. Very important, this notion of it cannot be business as usual, but by that same token, as you say, we need a bit of optimism. Okay, Nomi, last but not least, without a doubt, from your perspective in the context of working in the OGP space, but also in the context of Mongolia, what can you share over the past 2 days as highlights, and what are your reflections in terms of looking forward?
So this is my first regional meeting, and for me personally, this has been a self-reflective journey, which I gained a lot of perspectives. Just talking with the other government officials and POCs, we have realized that there are challenges in the region we're facing are actually similar. For example, whenever we draft a national action plan, we have to consider other policy documents that needs to be integrated apart from the collaboration and the co-creation process. Also, whenever a new election and then we have a new cabinet, us POCs will have to seek a new political leadership so the OGP work continues to progress. Speaking with the CSOs, even with our Mongolian CSOs, we have used breakfast and lunch times to exchange ideas and even come up with the new solutions, new collaboration ways to implement when we go back. So, but I continue to be admired by their will, and sometimes they even show frustration, but their open-mindedness of collaboration through OGP always fascinates me, and I fully respect that. Also, during these turbulent times, talking with the other stakeholders, I think it was a timely event, so together we can find new ways of collaboration and mutual support. So another highlight for me was because it has been a while since Mongolian delegation came in that number. We have over almost 20 people coming to the regional meeting, and seeing my fellow Mongolians attending and speaking at the sessions was a proud moment for me personally. So until we meet again at the Global Summit, we have lots of work to do, but my main takeaway from the regional meeting would be that strengthened faith in OGP and OGP's values, gained new friends and partners, and also my self-motivation that we should aim to more ambitious OGP goals, because we should and we can. Thank you.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that closing note on friendship, and I think that's really one thing that is particularly important in the context of the OGP community. So, there was a promise I made about the open chair. So there's two options. One, we can actually have someone join us on the stage to essentially share their reflections. Did you have any takeaways that were particularly surprising? Did you have anything that maybe put your hair on end? Any aha moments? Please feel free to share with us. you may join us on the stage. I'm just going to try and look out and see if someone's jumping up and about to run onto the stage and join us. The other option is to take that question from the floor to share your reflections in much the same way as our panel has. So let's give the courageous a few seconds. There's a hand there. Would you like to come and join us? You'd prefer to... So if you could just introduce yourself as well first so we know who you are, and please share your reflections.
Good afternoon. I just would like to share my perspective of this OGP. I conclude, I submit that OGP is all about transparency and accountability. And I do hope that under the OGP, these two, transparency and accountability, will go together hand in hand. That we will not stop until transparency, whatever should be disclosed, irregularities, anomalies that will be uncovered, discovered, we will continue going further to investigating them and holding this government and private individuals accountable for their actions. For the judiciary, the Honorable Chief Justice Jasmondo made a commitment that for them, they will hold these people accountable. They will, he assured us of an effective and efficient accountability for these irregularities, anomalies that may be discovered. But that is for the judiciary. There are other justice zones. There are the quasi-courts. Because for Justice Jasmondo, he was speaking for the real courts. There are quasi-courts. We have the Commission on Audit, where I belong. We have the Commission on Elections. And we have the Civil Service Commission. And I said that I pray and hope that this commitment by the judiciary will be replicated in these constitutional commissions and other departments of the government of the Philippines and in other countries who are partners to this OGP. Yeah. And going further, I really hope and pray that this OGP will go a long way, that members now are quite very few, that soon it will grow bigger and bigger to becoming like the United Nations organization. So that,
wonderful.
So that member countries, partner countries who are not doing their part, their obligation under the Open Government Partnership Program, aggrieved parties can bring their grievance before a committee, possibly, which the OGP will, in the future, formulate or create.
Thank you so much.
That's a dream, and I want that dream to be a reality soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, absolutely. The OGP context is also a space for dreams and larger ambitions. And thank you for sharing that. I think the accountability point you raise is a strong one. We do have time for another input from the floor. And it's also not too late to join us. But certainly there's a microphone and there's a hand. I see a hand just directly at the front here. Just a reminder, if you could just quickly share where you're from or your name and your reflections.
Thank you so much. My name is Habib Mayar. I represent an intergovernmental organization called G7+. It's a group of 20 conflict-affected countries, and we are headquartered in Timor-Leste, which is one of the newest members of OGP. I recognize the presence of the Minister of Finance. 4 points very quickly as a reflection and maybe an aspiration. First of all, thank you so much, Secretary Amena, for organizing such a beautiful event. we are really inspired. My second point is on OGP, what I have heard from countries and from the region, I think these countries have to take a lead in the world. They can lead by example. And this applies to the countries in Global South, in the world which is now falling apart by geopolitical fragmentation. I think we can inspire the world. The third point, I speak from the conflict-affected countries' perspective. For OGP, for the participation and empowerment, you need to restore the trust. In conflict-affected settings, trust is always eroded by wars. And to restore the trust, we need to have dialogue, reconciliation, and truth-telling process. These are not rhetorics, these are not theories, these are proven experiences from our countries. Timor-Leste, again, is one of the living examples here in the region that has proven that fact. And my last point, for the citizens and the civil society to play a constructive role in accountability and also in holding people accountable, we need to build their capacity so that they can play a constructive role. And this role should not be ceremonial. It should be meaningful. And coming from Afghanistan, where I originally am from, we have learned that what does a meaningful participation of women of every sex of the society means for peace and stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, an absolute shout out to the Philippines government for this amazing event. Right, we actually do have time for one more. I think if there is someone who would like to, I'm sort of looking to the back, looking to the sides. Okay, you jumped up the fastest, so we'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'm Ray Talimio Jr. from Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines. Yeah, I'm fortunate to have attended the last 3 days because I came here earlier on the 5th. And during that day, we were able to talk about the anti-corruption efforts with the CSO being the lead group. And of course, we shared the best practices, how the CSOs can probably do the monitoring and probably help in the campaign for anti-corruption. So that's one. And on the second and the third days, I was fortunate to join the climate change events at room 301. And we have seen that there are a lot of common things that we share. And I think the main takeaway that I would like to share is for these best practices to be shared by and among the member partners of the OGP, because there are unique, like say, differences in each country, but there are common things that we can share so that we will be able to move on and progress. And of course, increase our membership in the OGP. And lastly, I was able to join also the talk about the renewable energy, the scarcity of this energy and the development of our country. So I think we should be able to harness more of these similar events, and in the future or in the next probably OGP meeting sometime this year, we'll be able to look at the outputs we have today and move on and create, like say, general policies to be shared among the participants for today's OGP in Manila. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. And before I sort of destroy my luck in terms of keeping to time, okay, we do, great. And I'm glad we're sort of shifting our demographic. Yes, please go for it.
All right. All right. Thank you. My name is Rina Prasarani. I'm from the Indonesian Association of Women with Disabilities. I'm blind, and I'm here with the president of the Indonesian Association of Women with Disabilities, who is deaf. So the struggle that we have coming here is more than other who are participating here, but we are very privileged to be in this forum. I guess that other speakers who has already mentioned all things about how important this regional meeting, and it gives us a lot of engagement with other stakeholders. And we are here to voicing the unheard voice. So for us, women with disabilities, we always left behind, but here we feel that we can voice our local and also national perspective, how women with disabilities are facing the life in terms of the lack of budget, which is sufficient for them. And we hope that it can be heard and brought back to other participants' countries, that we believe women with disabilities in all countries are more likely the same. So thank you very much, and we hope that in the future, the accessibility and the reasonable accommodation for this kind of international meeting should be consulted to the person with disabilities through the organization, because accessibility is not charity. It's a commitment of the respect of dignity and autonomy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We have time, indeed, now, properly, last one more. I think there is a mic nearby. Yes, please go for it.
First of all, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Certainly, this has been a great opportunity for us from the Maldives. My name is Adam. I'm working in the government, but I'm very closely working with the local councils. It has been a great experience for the council members, for the mayors, and for me as well, to see how best you have been organizing this event, and thank you very much for the wonderful organization and the arrangements. Philippines has been a very good, a beautiful country with very good hospitality, and everything has been very well arranged. So thank you once again. This forum, the Open Government Partnership, has been a great event for us because it gave us the opportunity to listen from different very experienced people who have been working in different areas. But what we have learned most from this experience is if we open everything we do and trying to engage the local community, the civil society, it can address a lot of things. Things like corruption. Perhaps if we are open to more community engagement, then there is a lot of probability that it can be mitigated. We can't say corruption can be all, but we can always say it can be minimized. So therefore, what we learned from this experience is, and we have the confidence that when we go back, we will try and see how best we could possibly engage the civil society in our work that we do, and see how best we could encourage the local society in promoting certain issues like anti-corruption, democracy, and civil society engagement in these things. And we certainly will learn a lot of things, and we will try to see how best we could possibly apply those things. Once again, thank you very much for the wonderful arrangements and the great event that you have been. And we are looking forward to have another event, perhaps in the Maldives. Thank you very much.
I think Aiden and the team are in front. People are listening. Well done to the Maldives. It was really great. Before we close off, I really just want to say thank you so much to our panel who really shared some really good insights and reflections. And I dare say as well that some really exciting things to look forward to in the future. Great as well to hear from those on the floor, who've spoken and shared their takeaways and their highlights. I think all in all, it really sounds like we've all had a solid few days of engagement and really taking home a great deal. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to everyone who's contributed. I'd like to please ask our panel to stand for a photo before we take off the stage. And after that, we will hand over to Ms. Shriya Basri from the OGP, who will do a word of gratitude. But for now, a photo.
Maldives is on the bucket list. But Boracay, you guys got to go to Boracay first before you fly back wherever you came from, okay? So Cebu is in the agenda. It has to be. Thank you so much, Ms. Cota, and our wonderful panelists, our esteemed panelists. For some messages of gratitude, I'd like to invite Ms. Shreya Basu, the Chief of Country and Local Programs of the Open Government Partnership.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. What a wonderful few days we've had together. I want to take this moment to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you for traveling across the world, from across the region, for your active participation, and for making this event a very, very special experience for us. Together, we brought together more than 768 participants, hosted 35 side events, 3 plenaries, over 20 breakout sessions, and I'm sure I'm missing some. More than just numbers, this meeting has been about learning from each other, exchanging ideas, and hopefully inspiring and challenging us all to push the envelope of open government in our own context. As a final reminder for today, that is exactly what the Open Government Challenge aims to do, encouraging governments to raise their ambition and work together with civil society and other stakeholders to deliver transformative reforms. We're excited to share that we now have 7 submissions to the Open Government Challenge from this region. Just yesterday, we were joined by Quezon City, stepping forward not with just 1, but 2 submissions on participation in the budget process and institutionalizing public participation and civic engagement. And I'm told my numbers are already outdated. In the coming months, we hope to see many of you take on this challenge, submissions galore from the region, showcasing bold, ambitious, and innovative approaches to open government. You will be able to track these submissions on the OGP website throughout the entire period on our newly launched challenge tracker, and be able to see not just what those of us in the region have submitted, but also what peers across the world are doing. The most ambitious and impactful reforms will be recognized at the OGP Global Summit in Spain later this year through the Open Government Awards to demonstrate and celebrate the best of what is possible when governments and civil society work together hand in hand. This has been a significant convening. In the current global and regional context, the fact that we had so many leaders from government, national, local, from different branches of government, from around the region, come together and reaffirm their commitment to open government and OGP is significant. The fact that we had conversations where we not only showcased the power of collaboration, but also had difficult conversations and challenged each other in a safe space is significant. That we have a platform where civil society can take governments to task for not delivering, but also extend a hand in collaboration is significant. I know many in our community are hurting today from the recent financial shocks and other shocks they faced, exacerbating challenges they were already facing. And in the next few months, we will all need to take stock and recalibrate in many, many ways. But we cannot feel defeated. This is not the time for despair. We have so much we have offered to the world. You heard about universal suffrage, citizen participatory audits. Some of the best FOI laws are from this region. Inspiring examples of citizens demanding accountability, coming to the streets and showing they haven't given up on their aspirations for integrity and open government. And while this is a diverse region, there is something we share in common, culturally in this region. Neighbors help neighbors. We share our food, we celebrate together, we stand by each other in tough times. And now is the time to come together as neighboring nations and recognize that security, economic prosperity, and growth are possible only through collaboration. Isolation is not an option, as Aiden said in his opening remarks. And here in the Philippines, they have this wonderful concept called bayanihan. It is the tradition by which members of a community work together, often seen in this iconic image of villagers coming together and lifting a house, literally lifting a house to another location, without any expectation in return, achieving more together than anyone could do alone. So it is with this spirit of bayanihan that we must move forward, government, civil society, private sector, academia, all stakeholders together. And here in this convening, more than 60 organizations helped organize sessions, side events, spur conversations. Many more contributed to making this gathering significant. We thank you all for your spirit of partnership. We look forward to the bayanihan together. Finally, a very, very, very big thank you to our hosts, the government of the Philippines, spearheaded by Secretary Amina Pangandaman, the Department of Budget and Management. You know, I would have loved to name every single staff member of the Department of Budget and Management that has been part of this production, but we'd be here for the next week. But a big, big thank you to everyone from the PMO to all staff, the undersecretaries, assistant secretaries. It has been a phenomenal experience partnering with you on this event. I would also be remiss to not thank the Philippines OGP Civil Society Steering Committee members and the Code NGO Secretariat that has done a phenomenal job of bringing civil society colleagues from around the region. A production like this is a heavy lift, and nothing better than working with a production team that our events lead in OGP, Megan, has called the best production team OGP's ever worked with. A big thank you to Saga and the entire team. And finally, thank you to the staff and everyone at the Grand Hyatt Hotel for making sure that everything's well taken care of. Thank you all for being part of this incredible journey. Safe travels. We look forward to seeing many of you in the OGP Global Summit in Spain and in between. We will take a minute this evening to decompress and celebrate, as we should, but the work does not stop. Thank you.
How about that? The best production house is in the Philippines, apart from the best OGP Summit. All right, so let's get to the next to deliver closing remarks. Someone that I had met and had been with the OGP for a very long time. May we call it Undersecretary Rolando Toledo from the Department of Budget and Management.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, who illuminated crucial path forward in open governance. Over the past 3 days, your invaluable contributions in plenary sessions, breakout discussions, and side events have profoundly enriched our collective understanding and perspective towards a range of interesting topics. Your unwavering dedication has been instrumental in fostering meaningful and impactful conversations that will surely resonate with all of us after the conclusion of this event. I also want to acknowledge the participation of all our attendees from various stakeholders and sector groups. Your engagement, insightful questions, and enthusiasms for open government have made this regional meeting truly exceptional. We are profoundly honored to host this prestigious event for the first time. From the organizing committee headed, of course, by our beautiful Secretary Amena F. Pangandaman. Of course. The PHOGP Steering Committee, of course, from our government and non-government sectors. the various subcommittee chairpersons and its members, the OGP Project Management Office, which will only establish this year. Of course, our OGP support unit, to all the liaison officers, volunteers and partners who made this event possible, our heartfelt gratitude and thank you to all of you. Let's give them a well-deserved round of applause. All right. Your time and efforts since the planning and preparation stage until now that we are wrapping up the regional meeting. Your tireless efforts ensured that every detail was flawlessly executed. And for that, again, we are immensely grateful. Remember, this gathering marks the beginning of a new opportunities that will bridge us, enriching the limitless possibilities for our advocacy, not just in Asia and the Pacific, but for the entire OGP community across the globe. So as we return to our respective fields, may we take this as a challenge to carry forward the knowledge we have gained and find innovative ways to embed the principles of open government partnership in our daily lives. At the end of the day, it is through our collective passion and commitment that we drive progress within our communities. So as we part ways, let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and strive for excellence in advancing our shared advocacy for transparent, accountable, and thriving government in all nations. Once again, thank you for being a part of this incredible journey. Safe travels, and until we meet again, stay inspired and keep making the difference for the brighter future of open government partnership. But it would be remiss on my duty if I would be ending this closing message without Philippine Credo or chant on OGP. You know, we have visited different parts of the Philippines since 2023 in our advocacy campaign dubbed as OGPNAS. This OGPNAS is centered on promoting and advocating open government partnership around the country as a reform initiative advancing principles of OGP. So the word Pinas is a colloquial term and short term for the Philippines. So so when I say OG, you say Pinas. Okay? So I'll go down so that let's get that together. We stand for open government partnership. Okay? May I invite everyone to stand. Okay? And let's do the chant, the credo that we have prepared. We have always practicing this. Okay? Let's do it. You, Secretary, Aidan. When I say OG, you say Pinas. Okay, let's do that 3 times. 1, 2, 3, let's go. OG! Pinas! OG!
Pinas!
OG!
Pinas!
Thank you and mabuhay! All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I can't beat that energy under Secretary Rolly. Well, we're now ready to close the event here of the OGP Asia and the Pacific. Thank you so much for your participation, for joining us over the past 48 hours. It already feels like 2 weeks. With all the celebrations, we're wrapping up with a closing reception starting at 5 p.m. That's in about 28 minutes here at Grand Hyatt's rooftop venue, The Peak. But note that access to The Peak is a bit of an adventure. It's located on the 60th floor. It's beautiful. It's a really nice view that you'll see. But the participants, you all have to go to the ground floor and then take the elevator up. All right, because I've also lost my way around here yesterday, so I hope you don't lose yours. I'd like to invite the OGP support unit to come up on stage for a photo opportunity to commemorate the event. So please come on up. To the OGP support committee, come on up. Now, let's have the organizers from the Department of Budget and Management come on up. To the organizers of the DBM, it is your turn to have a photo opportunity. To the organizers of the DBM, I'd like to call everybody up on stage. All right, I'm being asked to tell everybody, don't leave, because we'd love to get a photo with everyone, all right? We'll do what we did yesterday with the president. We're gonna turn around and make sure that everyone's represented in the photo. All right, liaison officers, you are being called, but not on stage, but in front of the stage, because you're gonna break down the house if we're gonna have a lot of us here. All liaison officers, please go in front of the stage after our photo op with our DBM participants on stage. So here goes our turn, and it's going to be in front of the stage. You don't have to go up on the stairs, just in front of the stage, if you will. Come on up, or in front of us, please. It's our turn. Let's come join. I'll also join you guys. All right, there you go. Our director is rustling everyone up. You guys gotta go in front of the stage. Thank you. How about those in the middle? Tara na po. Thank you so much. So we'll all be caught in a really lovely family photo. This is so rare, because the next one's gonna be in Spain, okay? All right, so let's just kind of huddle together and have our photographers give us the directions on whether we're seeing. Would there be a recommendation for some to go up the stage? Gusto ba natin mga photographers na umakyat ang iba? All right, I'm being asked that some of us should go up on the stage. Maybe our Saga team can go up on stage. All right. Because we're really a big group here. Thank you. How about those on the leftmost side? Can you please come forward, sirs and ma'ams? All right, please. All right, there you go. Let's all squish. I don't think I even have to move because I'm already in the photo. Okay, we'd like to call for one more round. For those at the back, please come forward. This is your last chance. All right, so here goes for the big family photo, guys. I'm gonna count. 5, 4, 3. I'm seeing a stream of folks over there. 2, 1, click. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for participating in the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. Until the next, see you in Spain.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's call on Undersecretary Rolando Toledo to lead us for the chant.
Okay. Let's do the chant again one more time. Go, Secretary. Do we still have people in the room? Can you still listen to me? Okay, can we stop the getting pictures, please? So let's do again the last chant for the OGPNS. Hello. Okay. Here we are. For the last time. Paano ba ito magulo? Where are the people? Okay. Probably we can. Okay, we request our cameraman to go in on the stage, and then they have sila yung kukuha sa harap. Okay. Okay, Secretary, may I invite you to come up in front of the stage so we can do the chant. Okay, come on, join us again in front of the stage. There's a request. Secretary, Aidan is there. Do you still have here our OGP support unit? Join us. Okay. Secretary. Also Kathy Yang, probably. Okay, let's go. Get closer. Secretary, where are you? Ma'am, our CEO, Aidan. Okay. Wait a minute, they're still there? Oh yeah, Kathy's here. Mr. Aidan, may I request you? Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's do it again. The OGP chant. Okay. And the count. Okay, would you like to honor to do that?
Yes.
OG. No, OG. Okay.
I can do that.
Okay, good.
Are you ready? Don't embarrass yourselves. This is for posterity. Ready? OG. OG. One more time. OG.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Maraming salamat po. This has been the 2025 Open Government Partnership Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. And a reminder to those who avail the translation devices, please return the device at the lobby. And to our participants, you are invited to the reception party happening at the Peak. To access the Peak, you need to go to the ground floor and take the elevator all the way to the 60th floor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you all tonight. Thank you.